live. Double tap hit the like button. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome into the Perfect Time Podcast. Welcome into MAGA Monday, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go, baby. MAGA Monday, Perfect Time Podcast, back with the blast, in and out with a dash. Double tap hit the like button. Let's go, everybody. Let's have a Fire Monday episode, Fire Monday podcast. What I need you to do as you come in, man, wipe your feet. Y'all know what to do. Wipe your feet. It'll be so sweet. It'll be so neat. Wipe your feet as you come on in. Let's have a good time, man. Double tap hit the like button, man. Double tap hit the like button. Perfect Time Podcast, back with the blast. We in it real fast, man. 2026, Trump 2026, Mark Rubio at the Munich Security Council. Y'all might not even known about Munich if it wasn't for me when I told you about Kamala Harris, man. Double tap hit the like button. Kamala Harris is the reason why we talking about the Munich Security Council today. Rubio doing his 1-2 for 2028. Is it gonna be Vance? Rubio? Tell me this. I had a vision. I had a vision of love, and it was MAGA giving it to me. I had a vision of love, and it was MAGA give it to me. Double tap hit the like button, everybody. A vision of love this morning. And I had a vision of love, man, and it was MAGA, man. It was a MAGA vision of love. MAGA Monday, man. Double tap hit the like button. MAGA Monday on the Perfect Time Podcast, y'all. I had a vision, man, a vision of love. So I said, is it going to be Vance Rubio, Mark Rubio? Is it going to be, this is what we've been saying. It's going to be Rubio, Vance Rubio. 2028 is going to be great. 2026, we in the mix. We got the sticks. But I had a vision this weekend. I was celebrating this President's Day. Happy President's Day. Celebrate Donald Trump, the president, the greatest president we ever had with the best second term ever. Double tap hit the like button, man. Donald Trump, greatest president we ever had, greatest second term ever. But I'm thinking, so we're saying JD Vance, Mark Rubio, we talking about the ICE shutdown, DHS shutdown, third day. We on day 15, Nancy Guthrie missing. Day 15, I got a Nancy Guthrie update coming. Y'all stay tuned. We doing MAGA Monday. Then we going to pivot back to Nancy Guthrie. We going to tell you what happened with Nancy Guthrie. But on MAGA Monday, is so much to break down. DHS shutdown. DHS lost its funding. Tom Homan said, we ain't shutting down. Tom Homan said we ain't stopping. Only thing that's going to be different is federal agents won't be paid. How many people agree with the DHS shutdown? Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with the Senate Democrats shutting down the government once again and playing chicken with the American people's lives. I don't know about you, but I like when the federal government arrests people who have warrants and who are not supposed to be here. Double tap hit the like button. You understand what I'm saying? We like when the federal government goes after people who have warrants for domestic violence and arrest them and get them out of here. We like when the federal government goes after people with warrants for murder. Remember when Christy Noam, when federal agents went into the house with the Ecuadorian with a warrant for murder in Ecuador? He didn't even fight. He agreed, yes, I do have that warrant. I will go with you quietly and calmly. I agree with that. Do double tap if you agree with that. Hit the like button, everybody. So we agree with the federal government doing their job. I'm going to tell you how much everybody agrees with it, including Democrats, because Barack Obama gave Tom Homan a presidential accommodation. Yes, Tom Homan has worked for 6 presidents. When we talk about this ICE, when we talk about these federal agents, ICE is an acronym, just like ATF, just like FBI, just like DEA. DEA is coming, is on the way. ATF, alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and the DEA. Better not run up off me when I'm off that there grandma. Yeah, but what if they slap you and throw your ass in the trunk, partner? If it was a 5th, all of us would be drunk. But when you don't trip off no pity punk shit like that, what are you talking about? They could be talking about how it's to the back. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. Perfect Time Podcast, back with the blast. We having a good time this morning. Hit the like button, like, share, subscribe with a like-minded person. We going in real early, real fast. We got a lot to talk about today. Voter ID being held up by the Democrats, the SAVE Act, Chuck Schumer dancing around all of the truths. Chuck Schumer cannot give a straight answer. Can we get Chuck Schumer out of there? Can I get a 1 in the chat for Chuck Schumer out of there? Hashtag Chuck Schumer gotta go. Hashtag Chuck Schumer gotta go. And then check this out. So I said, we talked about Vance Rubio, right? 2028, we looking so great, man. 2026, we in the mix. There is no blue wave, the red wave. More and more news every day, man. MAGA Monday is a day for celebration. More and more good news every day. More and more news about how well we're doing in the polls, how well we're doing on the sticks. That's all we doing on Monday, celebration. There is no red wave. There is no blue wave. There's definitely a red wave. There's this conservative tint taking over American politics. I had video this morning, but it wasn't really my focus. But I keep seeing video after video. You tell me too. It's now on CNN, MSNBC. Finally, I believe everybody. I told you Stephen A. Smith subscribed to my channel. That's my brother from another mother. I know somebody from the White House subscribed to my channel. But everybody is finally recognizing. I see CNN, MSNBC, poll after poll about how negatively Americans view the Democrats. All I hear is that these ICE protests had an adverse effect. Now you hear Democrat pundits finally admitting, because 2026 is looking so dire. They thought that they could run on anti-Trumpism, but the TDS, they on the FAF, double tap at the like button, double check, they don't fuck around and find out what that's going to see. People in America is coming down to policy. See, it's coming down. See, you're seeing videos about Walmart overcharging, right? Double charging for the price of meat. We're learning about Walmart paying less for eggs and still passing on Biden-era inflation. I spoke, when we talked about the Walmart, when we talked about the double pricing, what did I bring up? I brought up shrinkflation. I reminded you, on top of these retailers mocking up, doubling prices, you have shrinkflation. So not only are you paying double the price for less goods, you're thinking you're getting 16 ounces. You forgot during the Biden era, they got permission to shrink it down to 12 ounces. I said, everybody, look at the packaging when you go shopping. Have you been looking at your packaging as you go shopping? I want you to look at the packaging as you go shopping. So you can, double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. We getting into the shutdown. We getting into the whole get down. Double tap, hit the like button. Welcome everybody into the Perfect Timing Podcast. Hey, that MAGA. Oh, that MAGA. Let me say it. Let me hear it loud and clear. MAGA Monday. Trump news. Giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blues. Giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blues. Double tap, hit the like button. Perfect Timing Podcast back with the blast. We're going to have a fire show today on President's Day, man. A fire show on President's Day, man. We got the ICE shutdown, voter ID, Epstein, Rubio, and Munich. Nothing but hotness, nothing but hot fire. Double tap, hit the like button. Share with a like-minded person. Y'all know what it is. The Perfect Timing Podcast. Y'all know it's that favorite branded MAGA Monday. Y'all know what it is. Terrific Tuesday. All we do is win Wednesday. Hot like fire, man. Perfect Timing Podcast every day. Super lit, super going in, man. I'm just doing my thing, man. Y'all know what we do, man. I'm just doing my thing, man. Y'all know what we do, man. Y'all know. So I had a vision, man. I had a vision to love, man. So the vision was, so we said, Vance, Rubio. And I'm going to get into Rubio today. Rubio's doing an excellent job as a secretary. How long have we known Mark Rubio? We've known Mark Rubio for years, right? But we got Vance as the vice president. But over the weekend, right, I saw a lot of people coming to the conclusion that I came to last week. I said, why are they going after Bondi? And finally, I see Trump. I see people understanding who are true conservatives and truly support Trump. See, you guys got to understand how sinister things are right now. When you look at the violence and you look at the level of violence from the left, you got to understand how far the left is willing to go with their treacherous tactics, right down to shutting down the DHS. Right down to shutting down ICE and not caring if federal employees get paid. So when I talk about last week, I said Pam Bondi is a soldier. I said, why did South Park go after Pam Bondi? They said Pam Bondi is a brown noser and does everything for Trump. And unpack and analyze it, right? So what I'm seeing is a lot of fake comedians. I'm seeing a lot of fake comedians and a lot of people who are not truly Republican, not truly conservative. They benefited off the Donald Trump election, just like CNN, just like ABC. So when it became popular and trendy to go against Trump, you see a lot of these same comedians going against Trump. Pam Bondi is solid. The reason they want you to dislike Pam Bondi is because Pam Bondi is really going after and doing everything Trump requests. They don't want Trump to have a night like Pam Bondi, who will actually prosecute Letitia James. SDNY. And she did. The Democratic liberal judge stopped the prosecution, but Pam Bondi actually prosecuted and charged Letitia James, Adam Schiff. This is the reason why you know about the fraud with Letitia James, head of SDNY. This is why we get to talk about SDNY, and because a lot of people always bring up the 36 felonies, but they don't understand the logic behind the 36 felonies. This is why Pam Bondi is so beautiful and so great. So what I talk about a lot is that Trump has a lot of competent women in his cabinet, but the left does this thing, right? We've identified it, and other people, other independent media are starting to identify that it only matters to the left what you are if you're on the left, because if you're on the right and you're black, they call you the N-word. We saw ICE agents being called the N-word by liberal Democrats. And people were like, wow, I thought you were tolerant. I thought Democrats were for minorities. Biden said if you don't vote for the Democrats, then you're not black, right? But then the Democrats call you out of your name if you don't support the blue, right? And if you're a woman, if you're not on the left, then they call you all these names the same way they've been doing Pam Bondi, Tulsi Gabbard, and the White House press secretary, who are all very competent, very intelligent. Tulsi Gabbard in Fulton County, prosecuting Fulton County. We would not know about the 695,000 votes that are in question in Fulton County. Tulsi Gabbard is literally in Fulton County physically. See, they want you to say, oh, Tulsi Gabbard is bad, Pam Bondi is bad because of the job that they're doing, right? They want to split the base, and they never talk about and list how Pam Bondi has systematically gone after every one of Trump's opponents. How we talked about here, Pam Bondi, I said with Renee Good and Becca Good. Me and my chat broke down that Becca Good should have been implicated in Renee Good's unaliving. Becca Good said, drive, baby, drive. They both were in the commission of a crime. This is not debatable. Federal agents had took over the scene, commandeered Renee Good's vehicle, and told her, get out of the car, cut the car off. Renee Good refused to cut the car off. At that point in time, she is a criminal and she's in violation of federal law. She's breaking a federal crime. And then Becca Good says, drive, baby, drive. She is now aiding and abetting a federal felon criminal. This is the fact. Me and my chat say Rebecca Good should be charged with the unaliving of Renee Good. Less than 24 hours after our conversation, Pam Bondi goes after Minneapolis local prosecutors, and we learned that 6 prosecutors stepped down because they refused to be pressured by the Pam Bondi DOJ. Now, Pam Bondi wasn't pressured. Now, normally what happens is you have independent media like me who call out politicians, and we say, Pam Bondi charged Rebecca Good. We didn't even get a chance. We simply had a discussion. Less than 24 hours later, Pam Bondi was not pressured by YouTubers, by Republican MAGA, fake Democratic comedians who don't really have funny jokes. Pam Bondi, with her own political prowess, being so litigious on her own, went after the local Minneapolis prosecutors to prosecute Becca Good. Just like we said in this chat, Pam Bondi is on fire. Tulsi Gabbard, just to keep it going, Tulsi Gabbard is in Fulton County. They are terrified that Tulsi Gabbard is going to arrest people because they did commit some mistakes. Do you understand how I frame my argument? I've never said that the election was stolen or anyone cheated, because I can't say that for a fact. But what I have brought to you are facts. There are facts of the matter. The facts are 315, listen, Fulton County Tulsi Gabbard investigation raided 700 boxes, and they're going to make arrests. Now, why is Tulsi Gabbard in Fulton County? Why is this important? Because I had a vision of love. I had a vision of love. Tulsi Gabbard is raiding Fulton County. Why? 315,000 votes weren't recorded. 150 tapes were missing. A lot of you know about that. I've showed you the video about those 315,000 votes. Fulton County admits they made a mistake with 315,000 votes. Fulton County said, we have rectified the problem. Fulton County said, we've rectified the problem, and we have brand new SOPs. We have brand new managers. We have a brand new board of directors and a $34 million brand new facility to make sure the mistake with the 315,000 votes doesn't happen again. Now, lo and behold, before Tulsi Gabbard raids Fulton County, we learn about an additional 385,000 votes that don't have images. Are you guys listening? Are you guys writing down and keeping account? Because this is the problem with America right now, because these are non-partisan issues. It's MAGA Monday. Double tap, hit the like button. These are nonpartisan issues. If you love America, if you love justice, you want to know the truth. You want to know how such mistakes were made. It behooves the federal government, because this was a presidential election. It would be one thing if it was a local election, right? If Fulton County had a local election and they made mistakes in the local election, yeah, it would make sense. If you were upset with the fact that why are we in Fulton County, right? It's a local election. No, it behooves the federal government to find out why 315,000 votes, that's the first number, keep that. Who's taking notes? Double tap if you're taking notes. 315,000 votes, put that over here. On that weren't recorded, they were on 150 tapes that were lost. They admit to that. I report to you brand new news about 380,000 additional votes that don't have images. I report to you brand new news about 380,000. So if you're doing the math, that's where I get 695,000 votes in question in Fulton County. And then the voter registrar asks her staff, do you guys agree that every vote should have an image? They said yes. See, Fulton County is saying these things were not, they are law now. In 2026, the next election, it is law. It is required that all votes are recorded. Unlike those 315, when those 315,000 weren't recorded, it wasn't against the law. It was against policy. It was so bad that they brought brand new managers, brand new SOPs. So it was not the product. It was not the procedure, right? It was not the policy, but they say it wasn't against the law. We didn't break the law when we didn't record those 315,000 votes. It's against the law today. And they say those 380,000 votes, they say, well, again, they don't have images. They should have images. Today, legally, they're required to have images. But in 2020, all of these votes are questionable. So now Tulsi Gabbard is in Fulton County. Y'all follow me? Tulsi Gabbard is in Fulton County. They've raided Fulton County 700 boxes, right? They've raided Fulton County 700 boxes. And they say they're going to make arrests. I had a vision this weekend. So I've been saying, Vance Rubio sounds so sweet, you know? 2028 is going to be great. And then I said to myself, what if Vance does what Biden did? And what if Vance goes, Vance Tulsi Gabbard? What if we get Vance Gabbard? Vance is a veteran. Tulsi Gabbard is a veteran. Tulsi Gabbard is not going to only make arrests in Fulton County. She plans to bring in Barack Obama. We have already said the Clintons are going to come in and testify. This is Trump's DOJ. If everybody who says, oh, we don't want Pam Bondi, we don't want Tulsi, the Clintons are coming in. The Clintons are going to testify. Trump signed the law to release the Epstein files, and Tulsi Gabbard is going to prosecute Barack Obama. I don't know about you, but I'm liking this Trump DOJ. I'm loving this Trump DOJ. So Tulsi Gabbard is going to get some answers from Barack Obama. So what if we have Vance Gabbard, J.D. Vance, Marine veteran, Tulsi Gabbard veteran? We're going into some of the most tensuous geopolitical times in American history. I think, because you got to understand why Trump won this time. The American people, I told you about the polls. I told you about the polls, right? I told you about the polls where even Democrats are down on Democrats. They didn't trust Kamala Harris and Biden to fix the Ukraine. Biden never had any peace talks. We never talk about when we talk about these politics, it's a reason why there's a certain type of tint on the news when you watch MSNBC and you watch the liberal media. Because you don't hear, so when you hear the conservatives, you hear about Afghanistan. You hear about when Tulsi Gabbard talks about how Biden left Afghanistan, why Biden lost that first debate, why Biden was not reelected as president. It comes down to the geopolitical atmosphere at the time of the election, and that is still the time right now. We can talk about Iran and Tehran right now, missiles. We can talk about super carriers outside of Iran right now today. There's only 2 more years left in the Trump presidency. So you need to be thinking about who's going to take over the Iran talks. Who's going to take over the Ukraine peace talks? Who's going to take over the Gaza peace talks? And hopefully in prayers to all of the victims that they remain peace talks. But that matters on who becomes president. So I said to myself, it sounds like, Vance, Rubio, but what if we see Vance and he has a woman as his vice presidential nominee? I think that's extremely powerful, especially if we're talking about Tulsi Gabbard, with the experience she's gathered in this administration and the experience she has from running multiple presidential campaigns and also being a soldier and a veteran. We are talking about a formidable force, not only in an election cycle, but in the actual White House, because it comes down to who's going to govern the best, right, for my children and for the American people. So when I look at Vance and his background and his experience, then I look at Tulsi Gabbard and her background and her experience. That's a hell of a fight. That's a hell of a package right there. It speaks to everything that's going on in 2026. The fact that we have intelligent, competent women who are now leading in America, like Tulsi Gabbard, who deserves to be in the White House. The fact that we have young, intelligent men like J.D. Vance, who are not 70 years old, who will bring fresh, innovative ideas to American politics, who has the background in the military and now 4 years in the White House. Do you know what they bring to the table? What a Tulsi Gabbard and a J.D. Vance ticket brings, not only in an election cycle, but actually in the White House, governing for the American people. Think about that. You're going to have a president who's not 70 years old. You're going to have a president who's not even nowhere near being a senior citizen. How would you like that? You're going to have a woman as a vice president who is super competent, super intelligent, not like someone who, not like the Harvard president. We're talking about somebody who's going to bring not only the experience of being a veteran and being a leader, but now having this executive experience of being in the Trump cabinet and being part of this White House administration for 4 years. That is a hell of a team. That is a hell of a team. And I'm excited about my vision that I had this weekend on Mega MAGA Monday. Mega MAGA Monday. Mega MAGA Monday. Double tap, hit the like button. I'm excited about my vision that I had. How y'all feel about my vision? How y'all feel about my vision? Because we already know, we could already speculate J.D. Vance, right? We could speculate Vance. We could speculate Vance and we could speculate Rubio. We're going to get into Rubio's Munich speech this weekend. So we can speculate. It looks good, right? Rubio and Vance looks good. I'll agree. But I argue that Vance Gabbard is unbeatable. I say Vance Gabbard is unbeatable. Tulsi Gabbard, JD Vance is unbeatable, right? And I don't know what so as you listen to this, even if you dislike me, even if you dislike my talking points, this is the other thing in my vision this weekend. This is what I do, y'all. I'm a political pundit, independent media. This is what I do. It's Mega MAGA Monday on the Perfect Time of Podcast. Double tap hit the like button. It's Mega MAGA Monday on the Perfect Time of Podcast. So what could the Democrats run against Vance and Gabbard? I mean, you need a woman as competent that brings that executive experience, who's actually been in the White House, right? What woman could you run on the Democratic side who has the experience of a Gabbard? Now, she's a veteran. She's already run multiple presidents. We can show video of her decimating Kamala Harris on a debate stage. Why is Tulsi Gabbard in the White House now? Because she decimated Kamala Harris on a debate stage. She was that effective and as a campaigning. Y'all saw the video when she decimated Kamala. So she would be great in a vice presidential debate because she's already beat Kamala Harris. Who could debate Gabbard in a vice presidential debate? We've seen her do damage in the vice presidential debate. Who would you run against Vance and Gabbard on the left? Right? That's the other part of my vision. That's the other part of my vision. Who would you run? Who would you run on the left? There's no one else they could run on the left. I've been thinking about it. That's why I said there's no blue wave. Who could they run on the left? None of the squad is going to be here. Jasmine Crockett's been fired. Ayanna Pressley caught stealing millions of dollars. Emma Ohan being investigated for $30 million and marrying her brother. She's married to a white man. She's on her third or fourth marriage. Tim Walz actually stepped down as governor. So Tim Walz is no longer viable as a vice presidential candidate. But can you imagine Tim Walz debating Tulsi Gabbard? This is not conjecture. This is Mega MAGA Monday. Perfect Time of Podcast. Double tap at the like button, baby. We back, baby. We back, baby. And I was right. Tell me, man. Tell me who could do it, man. It's just sad if you think about it, man. Now that I put this out there, somebody else now, you're going to hear it on CNN and MSNBC. Who could debate Tulsi Gabbard based on her performances in the last presidential elections when she took out the American Indian, you know, the pale face, what's her name? From, you know, the white lady that's an American Indian. I can't remember her name. Y'all tell me her name. She think women don't know how to get IDs after they get divorced, but she beat her in a debate. She beat Kamala Harris in a debate. Who could beat Tulsi Gabbard as a vice presidential candidate with JD Vance in a debate? And who are they going to run against JD Vance? If they run Gavin Newsom has to speak to his failures in California. Gavin Newsom was hoping and praying that the brand new gas tax wouldn't Elizabeth Warren. Double tap it. The American Indian. Condoleezza Rice is the only other woman. Shout out to Latia. Shout out to you, Lydia. That's a hell of a comment right there. Because she's actually been listening, right? Who has the actual executive? There's not a lot of women who have been governor or have been in the White House. It would have to be someone like who she said. It would have to be someone like a Condoleezza or someone like the governor of New York. But unfortunately, the governor of New York was not elected as the governor of New York. You have the governor in Virginia, but then she is also making huge mistakes like a Tim Walz. What's her name of the governor in Virginia? We exposed her in her brand new taxes. You know, in Virginia, they have brand new taxes under this brand new Democratic. What's the Democratic governor of Virginia? We did the story on her. And she got brand new taxes for walking a dog. Brand new taxes for walking a dog. So when we talk about executive experience, we gotta talk about people. We gotta talk about that. Abigail Spanberger. Abigail Spangberger. That's the one we talked about with the brand new law. Just like Trump, just like Gavin Newsom got 800 brand new laws and brand new taxes in California. Brand new gas tax, despite the fact that California has Tiffany. W-chat, I need more likes, man. Let's get the likes up, man. Let's get the likes up, man. Let's get the likes up. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Let's get the likes up, man. We just getting started, man. You guys make me so happy, man. You guys make me so happy. City girls. You guys make me so happy, man, when you pay attention like that and you fuck with the host like that, man. I fuck with you too, man. Double tap. Y'all gonna make me go back in my bag because I seen an update. I saw an update from one of the YouTubers that there's an update on the FBI investigation with Tiffany Haddish. So City Girl Mirror, Tiffany Haddish, they're moving forward. I think somebody got convicted or somebody took a plea. I think her boyfriend might have took a plea because, you know, the boyfriend was being prosecuted. Somebody else got prosecuted for that trip to Vegas. I did a lot of stories on Tiffany. So that is hilarious. Tiffany Haddish can run. She does bring that executive experience. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. I got the best chat. Tiffany Haddish, man, vice president. Look, imagine Tiffany debating Tulsi in a debate, man. Tiffany, but T versus T, TNT. Tonight on the WWE, TNT, Tiffany versus Tulsi for the vice president of America. Oh, shit. So it has to be somebody with executive experience to compete with Tulsi Gabbard. And it's a very short list of women that bring that executive experience. If you understand what I mean, when I say executive experience, when it comes to running for the president, when I say executive experience, they're referring to someone who's been a governor or have actually been in the White House, right? You have to be like, it's not enough to be like a mayor, like Pete Buttigieg. You know what I'm saying? Pete Buttigieg wants to run too. Pete Buttigieg think he qualified. Pete Buttigieg transfer secretary. He was mayor because he was gay. He got to be transfer secretary because he was gay. Now he gonna run for president. And I don't know what experience, but Pete Buttigieg was in the White House and he was in the cabinet. So he does have the executive experience that I am qualifying a candidate for, even though I just don't think he's qualified because I don't think he never should have been transportation secretary. Look at what the transportation secretary is doing in the Trump administration compared to Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg's lack of doing the job. Pete Buttigieg took off to have a baby, right? Let's not talk about it. He's married to a man. He took off to have a baby, right? So Pete Buttigieg takes off. He's the transportation secretary under Biden. And then what happens now? See, we never talk about these things in context because we can't. Because under the Biden administration, you couldn't talk about Pete Buttigieg being gay. I could talk about him being gay today, right? So we're forced to focus on Pete Buttigieg being gay and him not doing a good job. So the unique thing about Pete Buttigieg taking off, getting married, having the baby is that Biden had an open border policy, ladies and gentlemen. During Pete Buttigieg's tenure, Biden had an open border policy where people from all over the world, including the Middle East, came to America, specifically California, and obtained CDLs while it was his executive duty to protect Americans. Those individuals who came across while he was getting married, and we were supposed to celebrate him being married and having a baby, he had a job to do as transportation secretary to protect you on the highways and byways. Instead, people died. You know what we never talk about the people who died in the CDL debacle in Colorado and California? Do you know the current transportation secretary appointed by Donald Trump, who's actually doing his job, is the one who had to clean up the blood on the highway? Double tap at the like button. The current transportation secretary is the one who had to clean up the blood on the highway. Can we have a real talk this morning? I said the current transportation secretary is the one who had to clean up for Pete Buttigieg's lack of doing his job. When he didn't do his job, during the open border? You think it would have behooved him to focus on the DMV and transportation and what would happen to these immigrants when they came into the country? Because only certain states would allow these individuals to acquire driver's license, and fewer states allowed these individuals to gain CDLs, which is a much higher level of technical proficiency that you need to be able to operate a tractor trailer truck and acquire a CDL. Do you ever hear about Pete Buttigieg being challenged on the fact that he did nothing and Americans died? Do you ever, no, you're not, because in that administration, do you understand, under the Democrats, you're not allowed to honestly talk about any of these things. Under the Democrats, you can't be honest about the fact that Pete Buttigieg did not do a good job, because we're supposed to allow him to run for president because he's gay. We're not supposed to challenge him on whether or not you did a good job as transportation secretary. We're not supposed to ask Pete Buttigieg, what did you do about California and Colorado loopholes that led to deaths from policies that when you were transportation secretary? Under the new administration, Trump has closed those loopholes. Under the new administration, Trump, only after Americans died, what? Only after Americans died, we changed policy, and Americans were surprised. Americans were surprised to learn, but I wasn't surprised. MAGA knew the climate. You're so focused on a man having a baby with a man, you weren't asking that man, was he doing his damn job? Double tap, hit the like button. You weren't asking that man, was he doing his damn job? Double tap, hit the like button. Pete Buttigieg. What about the 6 Americans that died from the CDLs that were issued in California from loopholes when you were the head secretary, huh? Current secretary appointed by Trump has said to California and Colorado, I am withholding millions of dollars. I reported $40 million from California. I'm gonna look it up right now. Let's look it up right now. How much has been held from Cali and Colorado in federal funds because of DMV immigrant policy clash? Huh? How much has been held from Cali, California, and Colorado in federal funds? Are you guys listening? Are you guys with me? Are we going to have a political discussion today? Is it Mega MAGA Monday? Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap and hit the like button. Double tap. Are we going to have a political discussion today? Huh? Are we going to have a political discussion today? We're going to have a good time. We're going to have a good time today. Huh? Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button. We're going to have a good talk today. So excited to be here. How y'all feeling? Let me give me a sip of water. We just getting started. And I love educating my audience. I ain't even got into the topics today. I'm just talking about my vision. I had a vision of love, and it was what MAGA promised to me. I had a vision of love, and it was what MAGA promised to me. I had a vision of love, and it was what MAGA promised to me. We talking about 2028. The Republicans is looking great. We talking about a red wave, baby. We talking about MAGA Monday, baby. We talking about Vance Gabbard, Vance Rubio. 2028, Republicans looking great. How much money? Because I'm talking to you about Pete Buttigieg, and I know you've heard about Pete Buttigieg, former transportation secretary, being floated by the Democrat DNC as a potential presidential or vice presidential nominee. He's already ran once before. So it shouldn't be a surprise, not a surprise to MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. But we never get real questions to Pete Buttigieg about the job he did, or we argue did not do. Forcing new transportation secretary to educate you clowns on what the job is and what you're supposed to do. As early as 2026, the federal government has withheld or threatened approximately $224 million in combined funding from California and Colorado. You can't make this up, everybody. I just wanted to educate you. California, $200 million total. California, $200 million total. These are real numbers. This is worthy of questioning Pete Buttigieg on the job or the lack of job that he did while he was transportation secretary. If you understand these political, Americans lost their lives, brothers and sisters. Americans lost their lives. If y'all think we just making jokes this morning, Americans lost their lives. The Trump administration has taken multiple actions against California transportation funding. $160 million withheld. The U.S. Department of Transportation, DOT, announced in January 2026 it is withholding $160 million in highway funding. This followed the state's decision to delay the revocation of roughly 17,000 commercial licenses issued to immigrants whose work authorizations had expired or were otherwise deemed ineligible. I gotta show you the research. I gotta show you the receipts. So people don't think I am just saying it, making it up. This is not conjecture. This is not conjecture. I am not just saying it. I am not just making it up. These are the facts on the ground. Do you guys understand what I'm bringing to you this morning when I argue who they gonna run for president? Who they gonna run for president? I just want to know, because they have floated Pete Buttigieg as a potential candidate for president. But all I want to know is why do we have to withhold so much money? Why did Americans have to die? Over $160 million in highway funding. How many people knew that California had given out 17,000 CDLs to immigrants? And not only that they're giving out 17,000, but the work authorizations were not even valid. I hope there's some American truck drivers listening right now who are going to be saying, whether I'm Democrat or Republican, I paid a lot of money to be a truck driver. I pay a lot of money every year. I get pulled over. I'm forced to be in compliance, right? And yet and still, we have people who are not American citizens who are allowed to operate tractor trailer trucks, and they are causing Americans to lose their life, and they are not held to the same standard. You know how difficult it is. You know how many people work hard in America to acquire a CDL, drive tractor trailer trucks, and change their lives. They change their lives. Poor people in America, it goes across the color line. Driving a truck is a way for people in middle America where you have no more factories, for people to actually get a good paying job. I had a debate one time about the minimum wage being $7.25. I had a debate one day about the minimum wage being $7.25, right? And in Arkansas, in these states where the minimum wage is low, right? And I said, what job can someone have in some of these states, and they're all in the Bible Belt in the South, where the minimum wage is still $7.25. And one of the ways that they could get a wage that's similar to other states is driving a truck. And I don't think a lot of people knew the extent of the problem. Okay, so $160 million, 17,000 commercial licenses that given out in California. I don't think y'all knew that. 17,000 given out in California. 17,000. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. 40 million revoked and an additional 40 million was previously revoked because the state alleged failed to enforce federal English proficiency requirements for commercial drivers. So this is how Americans lost their life. Several Americans in two separate accidents. One of them was four, and another one was four. So it's almost several Americans lost their life, and they made an illegal U-turn, and they did things on the highway that indicated that they did not and could not read the signs and abide by the law. So it would behoove you to ask, how did they pass a CDL exam? How did they pass a CDL exam if they could not read and write English to the point where people lost their lives? Well, here it is right here. $40 million was revoked. So under Pete Buttigieg, these were the policies that led to death and blood on the highway. Under Pete Buttigieg, 17,000 were issued. Under Pete Buttigieg and Biden. Under Pete Buttigieg and Biden, they changed the requirement for English proficiencies that led to deaths. Just in case they try to flow Pete Buttigieg as a presidential potential candidate, which they have done before. Colorado, 24 million threatened. The federal government has targeted Colorado for slow walk response to similar CDL compliance issues in California. $24 million threat in late December 2025. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, juxtaposed to Pete Buttigieg, threatened to withhold $24 million in federal highway funds. Compliance action in response to the threat, the Colorado DMV revoked 262 commercial licenses that in an audit found were issued in violation of federal rules. At least Colorado did that, primarily to non-citizens who did not meet specific eligibility criteria. This is what current Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is forced to do, clean up behind Biden and Buttigieg because of their not only lack of policy, but their policies that caused, same thing in Minnesota and Minneapolis. Not only did you not create policy, but the policy you created led to fraud and death. This is just the facts of the matter, man. This is just the facts of the matter, man. This is what we getting into this morning. This is what we get into. When I had my vision, this is what my vision was about. This is what my vision was about. We already figured Rubio Vance, right? We figured Rubio Vance, right? But I said, man, what if it's Rubio Gabbard? What if it's Rubio Gabbard? I don't know if they ready for that. I don't know if they ready for that. Double tap, hit the like button. So let's get into this ICE shutdown. Double tap, hit the like button. Mega Monday on the way, man. Purpose of my podcast back with the blast. Hit the like. I need more likes, man. This is the thing right now. We need to get the likes up, everybody. We need to get the likes up. Double tap, hit the like button. We need to get the likes up right now. Let's get the likes up. We need to get the likes up. We need more likes. Get the likes up. We need more likes. Share with a like-minded person. Share with a like-minded person. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Share with a like-minded person and hit the like. We need more likes. Get the super chats. Let's get the super chats. Let's get the gifts. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. Mega Monday. I know it's President's Day. Everybody at home chilling. Share the show. Let's get everybody in here. Let's have a good conversation today, y'all. We're going to enjoy ourselves, man. We got a lot to talk about. We in the government shutdown. I think they say it's like day 3 of government shutdown, and it's only a partial shutdown, but the Democrats have been successful in making sure that the one of the people that's shut down is the DHS. So what's up with you, BJ? Good to see you, BJ. Haven't seen you in a minute, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Good to see you, BJ. Good to see you, man. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. We just getting it going right now. We just getting it going right now. Good to see you, BJ. Let me shout out some people in the chat, man. Shout out everybody in the chat supporting us, holding us down. I see BJ. I see you. I see a couple people in the chat, man. So appreciate you. I seen Chris. Double tap, hit the like button. Everybody in the chat, man, hit them heart emojis. Hit the like button, man. Let everybody know we live. Let everybody know we live. Let everybody know we live right now. Let's bring up something so I can fix this real quick. Government shutdown. Government shut. You know, I'm so proud of myself, man.
Deal on ICE reforms. Congress is now on recess until.
I'm so proud of myself, man. But I have learned something. I'm gonna just keep it to myself. But I'm proud of myself, man. I really am, man. Double tap. We talking about Mega MAGA Monday, man. We having a good conversation today. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. We having a good conversation today. Mega MAGA Monday, man. We having a good conversation today. Doing good. Shout out to you, BJ. Shout out to you. We about to get into the ICE shutdown, DHS. We in a partial shutdown. We about to get into that. I got a video discussing the shutdown. I want to know how y'all feel about the shutdown. Let me see what we got here. Got a couple things for us to talk about. Let me see what we got here. What's up, MAGA? What's up, MAGA? Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Thank y'all for all being here, man. Thank y'all for all being here. Really means a lot, man. Really means a lot. Let's get into it right now. I don't know how many people knew about this shutdown going on right now. Double tap, hit the like button.
Down. DHS funding lapsed on Saturday after Democrats in the White House failed to reach a deal on ICE reforms. Congress is now on recess until February 23rd. That's next Monday. But leaders could call members back before then if a deal is reached. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries was on Face the Nation yesterday.
The administration and Republicans have made a clear decision that they would rather shut down FEMA, shut down the Coast Guard, and shut down TSA than enact the type of dramatic reforms necessary so that ICE and other DHS law enforcement agencies are conducting themselves like every other law enforcement professional in the country.
CBS News correspondent Natalie Brand joins us live from the White House with more on this. Natalie, good Monday morning to you. So by this morning's last check, has any progress been made between Democrats and the Trump administration?
Good morning, Errol. Well, we don't have a lot of specifics at this point, and we know the lead negotiators have been the White House and Senate Democrats. As you noted, lawmakers are now out of town for that week-long recess. The president headed to Florida for the holiday weekend, so the key negotiators have been out of town, and they've not, again, given a lot of details on where these talks stand right now. Though we do know from talking to Republican lawmakers that sticking points have been specifically around tightening rules on warrants and also blocking federal agents from wearing masks. The border czar Tom Homan appeared on Face the Nation on Sunday and made clear that he's not a negotiator, but he did weigh in on some of the Democratic demands and ICE tactics. Take a listen to what he had to say.
ICE will briefly detain and question somebody based on reasonable suspicion. It has nothing to do with racial profiling. As far as the mask, look, I don't like the masks either, but because threats against ICE officers, are up over 1,500%, actual assaults and threats are up over 8,000%. These men and women have to protect themselves.
Now, the president, when asked about these negotiations before leaving for Florida on Friday, said that, quote, "I know what they want," referring to Senate Democrats. "I know what they can live with," without elaborating on where there could be some give and take. And we know the House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, speaking to CBS Face the Nation this Sunday, said that he wants really bold transformational change. So hard to see how these two sides come together quickly, with many agencies under DHS, such as TSA, Coast Guard, FEMA, CISA, dealing with cybersecurity, now working without a paycheck when it comes to those essential workers, and really wondering if they could miss a paycheck come March if this is not resolved by then, Errol.
Yeah, very serious business indeed. Natalie Brand at the White House. Thank you, Natalie.
So let's get into it. Let's have a talk about. Double tap hit the like button, man. Double tap hit the like button, man. This is what we talking about this morning, this government shutdown. So let's get into it. Oh, I like that. Thank you, man. Thank you. Y'all didn't see the video? I thought y'all was watching the video, man. I thought y'all was watching the video. I'll bring the video back up. Let me bring the video back up. So right now we're in a partial shutdown. Let me know how you feel about the partial shutdown. We are in a partial shutdown. They right now the government is getting paid, but the ICE agents are not getting paid. Federal employees are not getting paid. They purposely did that, and then they're asking for certain things. How many people knew about the partial shutdown? How many people knew about the partial shutdown? So I got a graph up here. I was doing some research, and basically what they're asking for, as I did my research and I listened to what they're asking for, they're asking for things that have already been won in Supreme Court victories. So my issue with the government shutdown as it is now is the same thing that was the shutdown before. When you listen to Hakeem Jeffries and you listen to everyone who's talking about a shutdown, my issue is that we've already had these battles in the Supreme Court. When you hear Hakeem Jeffries, when you hear them say, well, we want this, we want that, we've already dealt with the raids in the Supreme Court, right? We've already dealt with the masks in the Supreme Court. How many of you know that we've already won these challenges in the Supreme Court? So this is my issue when we talked about the shutdown before, when the Democrats were asking for things that were already passed into law via the big beautiful bill, things that Biden made temporary. The Democrats in the 43-day shutdown were asking to make changes to things that were going into effect from the big beautiful bill, changes to entitlements, right? The 80-hour work requirement, right? The brand new requirements for Section 8 WIC mothers now have a work requirement that never was there before. The shrinking of Section 8, Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats, even though they had a clean CR, tried to change policy and change law via this resolution process, right? So now we're in another government shutdown. And here it is again. Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats are trying to change already law. Well, the courts exist for the people. If you understand the courts make judgments on the side of the people, right? In Los Angeles, in California, in Chicago, and Illinois, they already challenged Trump on their ability for federal ICE agents to wear masks. That challenge was already done and already won by Trump. They challenged on whether or not ICE could raid based on ethnicity, right? I don't know if a lot of you know that, but they actually challenged whether or not in the Supreme Court stated under the law of supremacy, under the law of double tap at the like button. Because here is where I told you about the law of supremacy when we got into Minnesota ICE and we got into ICE being an acronym, federal officers, and they have the power of the federal government behind them. When the security, when the secretary said no local, no state, no municipality can stop a federal agent from doing their obligated duty, what he was referring to is the supremacy of law. That is how we have got here. That is how we got to 600,000 deportees in 2025, 80% of them being criminal without violence, without incident. Because we actually went to the Supreme Court. Tom Homan actually has done this. You guys think that this is new, like we've never done this before. No, we have done this before, and Tom Homan has been the head of DHS for 6 presidents. 6 presidents, so good at his job, been given an accommodation by Barack Obama, who deported more people and who had more deaths. 64 people died. 64 people died under Barack Obama when in detention. More deaths, more deportees. And Tom Homan helped Barack Obama secure the border, just like Tom Homan is helping Trump secure the border. The government is shut down. Our ICE agents is not being paid. I had a table here. I had a table that I put together I want to share with you because I wanted you to know about the Supreme Court rulings versus what they're asking for. So court rulings, Supreme Court victories, Trump admin, ICE wins versus Dems opposition, what the Dems want in the shutdown. So the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals backs mass detention policy, no bond for most deportees, even non-criminal long-term residents. Dem flood lawsuits claiming due process violations, lower courts overruled by higher ones. Massive W for SCOTUS, right? Level potential. Flip 30-year president in admin's favor, right? Minnesota Operation Surge. Federal judge rejects Minnesota bid to end ICE surge. 8th Circuit lifts restrictions on ICE tactics versus agitators and protesters. How many of you knew this? A lot of people don't like my sources. A lot of people don't like my research, but it's valid. It doesn't matter if it's a fact. Check my facts, check my resources. Tell me right now if you knew about these decisions as Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries lied to you about why they shutting down the government. Did you know that the Minnesota went to the court and we won? All we do is win Wednesday. I read you the list of Trump wins every Wednesday. This is MAGA Monday. Trump news, Trump news, Trump news, giving Democrats the blues. This is how we give the Democrats the blues. Minnesota officials protest demand into operations, shootings, fallout, ICE chaos. Do you see the mathematics and correlation? Do you see how we get to the violence? This is how we get to the violence in Minnesota and no other state. Because Minnesota objected to the federal supremacy law and the procedures and fought back. Tried to sue us in court, but we won. ICE agents freed up surge, continue strong, Dems in panic over enforcement momentum. We won. Explosion, detention and deportation, explosion of arrests, detentions under new policy, record prioritization of criminals, vehicle targeting list, leaks of ops list to activists, sanctuary cities. For example, Karen Bass style begging, block cooperation. Let's keep going. Funding and agency push. Congress funds 1,000 more ICE agents. Threats of DHS funding cuts to non-cooperating cities. Senate Democrats push ICE reforms in negotiation. Threats of shutdown over ICE changes. So we have right here, I showed you where we won in court. The people. If you truly understand what I'm saying, the people won in court. Trump and the people went to court, won the legal right to wear masks. I don't know if you know that. Trump and the people went to court and won the legal right to do the tactics against the protesters and against the migrant immigrants. This, I don't know if you know that, but that's what's going on. And now, Senate Democrats have finagled a way to shut down funding. Senate Democrats have finagled a way to shut down funding. Public narrative exposing criminal aliens released under prior admin voter ID ties into integrity wins. Media spins dire conditions in detention protests over incidents. Gestapo smears. Narrative shifting. MAGA momentum dims, melting down as victories pile up. Double tap, hit the like button. Straight fire, man. Straight fire, man. Straight fire, man. Straight fire. So how many of people knew and understood that aspect of what we're talking about today? How many people understood that we actually had gone to court and we won, and the Senate Democrats would shut down the government? The Senate Democrats would shut down the government over the fact that the Supreme Court. Now, remember, Chuck Schumer said last week, we okay. Remember, Chuck Schumer said we okay because we appointed 250 judges. Y'all remember when Chuck Schumer said, oh, no, we okay. We appointed 250 judges. Okay, so Chuck Schumer, if you believe that you're okay because you appointed 250 judges, why do you not want the American people to get due process, right? Why don't you want the American people to get due process and receive the adjudications of the courts? The courts have ruled. When the courts rule, that's ruling in favor of the people. I just want CNN, MSNBC, all of these guys to be honest about what the debate really is. That the Supreme Court and lower courts have upheld the Trump policies in every state. That's how we got the 600,000 deport. It was actually 2 million in 2025. How many people know the real numbers of deportees? In 2025, it was millions, but the DHS was responsible for 600,000. But I believe it was 1.2 million who self-deported. How many people deported under Trump in 2025? In 2025, Trump administration reported a record high number of 600,000 deportations following January 22nd inauguration, with DHS claiming an additional 1.9 million individuals self-deported, bringing the total to over 2.5 million. Did you guys notice? Did you guys know? I bring this up. Trump brought this up too. When we talk about the violence in Minnesota, Trump said, after me, I said first. Did you guys know that we had over 2 million people deported in 2025, 600,000 by ICE agents without incident, no violence, nobody was hurt. Renee Good and Alex Pretty happened in January of 2026. It's relevant to know, because then you would have to ask, okay, perfect. You just said that 2025, 2 million people got deported, 600,000 by ICE, and there was no incident. Why was there incident in January? That should be the intelligent question. Why were they able to deport millions? And then why did it come to violence in January, and why in Minnesota? $19 billion of Somali fraud. $19 billion of Somali fraud, and the governor steps down. They never give you the full context. Why was there violence in Minnesota? If we had let me read it again. Let's just get the full debate. In 2025, the Trump administration reported a record high number of over 600,000 deportations following the January 20 inauguration, with DHS claiming that an additional 1.9 million individuals self-deported, bringing the total reported removals to over 2.5 million. Over 2.5 million without incident, without violence. But we get to Minnesota and we have violence. Did you guys know these things? I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know because now DHS is shut down. We're in a partial government shutdown. Our federal agents are not getting paid. Tom Homan said they're not going to stop doing the job. And Tom, remember, BJ, remember to the point that we just said about the million people who self-deported. A lot of people listening might say, why would so many people self-deport? Remember, Trump said, I will give you $3,000 a piece and a jet ride back to your country of origin. So if that's a family of four, and I said Latinos have some of the highest birth rates, so I'm being modest with a family of four. So a family of four, close to $15,000 in their pocket, where the American dollar in the exchange rate is much higher in their country of origin. So and that don't mean that they might not come back, but $15,000 and a plane ride back home to buy a house, start a business, start a new life, or maybe just hang out and come back to America when there's a Democratic president. Whatever it is, I'm rounding up. I'm rounding up. This is a podcast for entertainment purposes. I'm rounding up on purpose. That's like I said, 4 people is a small amount. Most families, right, because there's a negative birth rate for most Americans, but not in that community, they have a positive birth rate. They have a positive birth rate. They have a positive birth rate. Let me what of the $3,000 incentive? A $3,000 incentive was offered as part of a voluntary Home for the Holidays program through the CBP Home app, allowing individuals to leave voluntarily, reported in December 2025. Did y'all know that? Because I reported it here before, because some people don't always, they just want to challenge without really knowing what they're talking about. $3,000 per person. $3,000 per person via the app. So millions of people self-deported, got the free plane ride. Millions of people self-deported, got the free plane ride, and got the money. Why did we have violence? Why did we have violence in Minnesota? Why did we have violence in Minnesota? We have violence in Minnesota because when we got to Minnesota, we had $19 billion worth of Somali fraud that was being covered up by the Democratic administration to the point that Tim Walz stepped down. Do you know what it means that Tim Walz stepped down so early in this whole discussion? That we could not even investigate his part in the Somali fraud because Tim Walz immediately quit. He should be put up on charges, and I believe Pam Bondi did charge Jacob Fry and Tim Walz. But Tim Walz, if you're catching my drift, holy moly, 2 million people deported in 2025 without violence. 600,000 deported by ICE. $3,000 to each individual who self-deported for Home for the Holidays through the CBP app. These are facts I've just given you. So you might say, if you're intelligent, why did we have violence in Minnesota? Why wasn't it just status quo? Tom Homan's been working for 6th president. Tom Homan got an accommodation from Obama. He hasn't deported as many people as he did when he was with Obama. So why are people upset? We can't figure it out. Tom Homan can't figure it out. I played an interview where Jacob Fry had to admit that when Tom Homan was in Minnesota, when he worked for Obama, he had an office. Did you guys know this? I played an interview where a Democratic media outlet asked Jacob Fry, isn't it kind of ironic that when Tom Homan worked for the Democrat Obama, you allowed him in the prisons. You gave ICE an office in Minneapolis and Minnesota. Why that Tom is now working for Trump, doing the same job he did for Obama? Why did you tell Tom he cannot have his same office and he can no longer have access to the Minnesota jails like he did under Obama? And then you might get into why we have violence in Minnesota, why those people lost their life in Minneapolis. It was because the Democratic leadership told local police, state, and local municipalities to not work with the federal government and stand down against protesters and agitators and do not work with the prisons. So can you guys know this? Did you guys know this? Did you guys know this? That Tom Homan had the same job under 6 presidents. And Minnesota had a favorable relationship with ICE under Democratic presidents Barack Obama and Biden. ICE never had an issue in Minnesota. ICE had access to the jails. ICE was able to get immigrants out of Minnesota under the Democrats. They worked together in conjunction, joint task force, which is pretty normal, which is pretty par for the course. It changed under Trump. It changed under Trump. And a Democrat asked, hey, man, this kind of funny, man, because 2 people have died, bro. People have died. So tell me, Jacob Fry, why did you work with Homeland Security? Why did you work with DHS under a Democrat, but refused to work with them? And it led to deaths in your city. All these protests, all this violence, all this damage in money that's going to take from taxpayer dollars. Why did you work with DHS and Tom Homan under a Democratic president, but refuse to do the same under a Republican president? This is the reality of today on MAGA Monday, as we get into ICE agents being unpaid and Democrats trying to change existing law through a reconciliation process and shut down the government, just like they did for 43 days. Let's go, MAGA!
Partial government shutdown. DHS funding lapsed on Saturday after Democrats in the White House failed to reach a deal on ICE reforms. Congress is now on recess until February 23rd. That's next Monday.
Do y'all hear that? Not only said I trying to play dirty pool because Mike Johnson, Republican, Republican, who leads the Republicans, let Obamacare die and didn't call for a vote on before December 31st. I ain't heard shit about Obamacare. Have you? I ain't heard shit about Obamacare. But now here it is. They didn't shut this down. They didn't shut this down, and now you won't get a vote to the 23rd. So they just wanted to cause some pain. And you hear this. Remember when there was that shooting against ICE? What's happening to the government, you guys? Because I remember, listen to this. If you understand what Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer is doing, they want to cause pain to ICE agents. Now, isn't that what the vigilante said who shot at ICE agents in Dallas? Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the goddamn like button. You believe these Democrats? They only doing this to cause pain to ICE agents. They only doing this to cause pain to ICE agents. And didn't he write on the bullets? Didn't he write on the bullet casing? Didn't he say, I want ICE agents to be scared to go to work? Now we got Senate Democrats who want ICE agents to be hungry.
But leaders could call members back before then if a deal is reached. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries was on Face the Nation yesterday.
The administration and Republicans have made a clear decision that they would rather shut down FEMA, shut down the Coast Guard, and shut down TSA than enact the type of dramatic reforms necessary so that ICE and other DHS law enforcement agencies are conducting themselves like every other law enforcement professional in the country.
That's an absolute lie. That's an absolute lie, because I just told you right now. See, he's saying that ICE is not conducting themselves like every other law enforcement agency. But what did I share with you? What did Perfect Timing share with you? That we won the damn judgments in court Supreme Court, Fifth Circuit Appeals Court backs mass detention policy, no bond for most deportees, even non-criminals, long-term residents. Federal judge rejects Minnesota bid to end ICE surge. Eighth Circuit lifts restrictions on ICE tactics versus agitators and protesters. Bro, I'm not making this up, bro. When I say to you that they be lying out of both sides of their mouth, it's just not nobody. It's not enough people like me who are challenging them on the words that they say. When he says that ICE is not operating like other agencies, he's not being honest and forthright. He's not telling you that they have won battle after battle in the court, and they have a legal law protecting them. They have the law of supremacy, and they have rulings from circuit courts. And they won in Los Angeles, they won in Chicago, they won in Minneapolis. They have permission and legal right to do what they're doing. And it's sick, Hakeem Jeffries. It's fucking sick, bro, that he just lied out of his fucking mouth like that and not be honest to the American people that, hey, judges who represent you, the judges vote the will of the people. So he's saying we're going to shut down the government and fuck those judges' rulings. Is that, I put a one in the chat if you agree with that. So this is democracy to Democrats. Don't tell people that judges have given the legal right to ICE agents to conduct the tactics. Tactics, use ethnicity, go after, use raids. They have permission to raid. They have permission to use ethnicity. They have permission to do mass deportations legally. He don't tell you that.
Every other law enforcement professional in the country.
CBS News correspondent Natalie Brand joins us live from the White House with more on this. Natalie, good Monday morning to you. So by this morning's last check, has any progress been made between Democrats and the Trump administration?
Good morning, Errol. Well, we don't have a lot of specifics at this point, and we know the lead negotiators have been the White House and Senate Democrats. As you noted, lawmakers are now out of town for that week-long recess. The president headed to Florida for the holiday weekend, so the key negotiators have been out of town, and they've not, again, given a lot of details on where these talks stand right now. Though we do know from talking to Republican lawmakers that sticking points have been specifically around tightening rules on warrants and also blocking federal agents from wearing masks. The border czar Tom Homan appeared on Face the Nation on Sunday and made clear that he's not a negotiator, but he did weigh in on some of the Democratic demands and ICE tactics. Take a listen to what he had to say.
ICE will briefly detain and question somebody based on reasonable suspicion. It has nothing to do with racial profiling. As far as the mask, look, I don't like the masks either, but because threats against ICE officers, are up over 1,500%, actual assaults, and threats are up over 8,000%. These men and women have to protect themselves.
Now, the president, when asked about these negotiations before leaving for Florida on Friday, said that, quote, "I know what they want," referring to Senate Democrats. "I know what they can live with," without elaborating on where there could be some give and take. And we know the House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, speaking to CBS Face the Nation this Sunday, said that he wants really bold transformational change. So hard to see how these two sides come together quickly, with many agencies under DHS, such as TSA, Coast Guard, FEMA, CISA, dealing with cybersecurity, now working without a paycheck when it comes to those essential workers, and really wondering if they could miss a paycheck come March if this is not resolved by then, Errol.
Now, look, Hakeem's still getting paid. And it's not just DHS, but TSA agents. So air traffic controllers again, right? Remember when Stephen A. Smith walked off the stage? I remember when Stephen A. Smith walked off the stage because air traffic controller said, how can I pay my rent? How can I pay my rent? And everybody on the stage wasn't paying attention to the fact that This brother had to go drive Uber and still be an air traffic controller. 43 days TSA agents didn't get paid. So again, how would you feel if you're a federal employee about the Democrats? And this is the reality. This is why I started with what this campaign is going to look like. That's why I started with what this campaign is going to look like in 2028. In 2028, double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. How's everybody doing today? Double tap, hit the like button. How's everybody doing today? We're going to keep it going, man. We need more likes, man, so we can get this algorithm thing going, man. Keep it going. Keep it going, everybody. We need more likes. We need more likes in the building. We need more likes in the building. Perfect Summer Podcast, Mega MAGA Monday. How's everybody doing? Mega MAGA Monday, Perfect Summer Podcast, back with the blast. And we just having a good time today, man. We really is having a good time today. We getting into this ICE shutdown, DHS shutdown. I didn't share it with you. Man, thank y'all for hitting the heart emojis, man. I didn't share it with you. Partial DHS shutdown hits at midnight. 95% of TSA officers now working without pay. Now, keep in mind that they did this to them just months ago during the holiday season. They did, and I ain't heard nothing. Remember, we heard briefly about a couple people maybe got like a $10,000, $5,000 bonus, but not all employees. So I know employees had to take out payday loans because, you know, you got mortgages and people not going to wait that long. 43 days. If you got to pay your rent, that would be 13 days late. So you got late fees and all of it. Airports still screening passengers amid funding lapse, but more absences and delays loom as key agencies like TSA, FEMA, and Coast Guard face disruptions. So that's the first story today, is the ICE agents being shut down. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with the Democratic tactics to shut down DHS because they want changes. To shut down DHS because they want changes to ICE tactics that have not changed under 6 presidents. When Hakeem Jeffrey suggests that ICE is acting differently, under this president, he does not give you the reality that the same person is running the agency, Tom Homan, and has worked for 6 presidents, and that there was no violence until he got to Minnesota when we had to face $19 billion of Somali fraud and a fraudulent criminal governor who stepped down. How many times have governors stepped down? The last time a governor stepped down in recent history was creepy, freaky Cuomo. Who knows creepy, freaky Cuomo? That's the last person that stepped down. That's the last person that stepped down, was freaky and creepy Cuomo, right? But now we have Walt step down, and they want us to say it's no big deal. And we still have not gotten to the bottom of the $19 billion fraud because the Democrats have successfully distracted the American people from focusing on the $19 billion fraud that existed and the potential of fraud nationwide if Tim Walz would have gotten the White House. Why isn't everybody's focused on Epstein and a dead man? Epstein is dead, Ghislaine Maxwell is in jail, but Tim Walz was that fucking close to being in the White House and pulling off the biggest fraud in American history. Pulling off the biggest fraud in American history. But they want to distract you with Epstein so that Tim Walz and Kamala can come back and steal the rest of the money that they plan on fucking stealing from you. Oh, Epstein is fucking dead, bro. Epstein is fucked, but Tim Walz is alive. You can prosecute Tim Walz. Tim Walz knew about the fraud. Tim Walz had whistleblowers. The fraud goes back to 2024 when it first was brought up. This fraud is not new. Tim Walz participated. Do you know, to my point about the fraud and Tim Walz compliance in the fraud, that the payments were stopped? When we talk about the Somali fraud, payments were stopped because it was so much money that people said, I can't keep signing off on all this money. Do you know Tim Walz interjected and made them continue paying? There was an investigation. Payments were halted. Do you know Tim Walz told them to continue paying because you guys are being racist toward blacks? They never fully investigated the fraud. And you know what the excuse was? Tim Walz's administration stopped the investigation, continued the payments going out because he didn't want to look racist. He said the only reason you're going after Somalians is because you're racist. So we don't talk about Tim Walz stepping down. We don't talk about Tim Walz and Kamal and what's her name, Ilhan Omar being worth 30 million. That's not being discussed. Ilhan Omar went from 50,000 to 30 million in 1 year, a 4,000. What did they say? A 4,000% increase. I'm in Sacramento. Do you know YouTubers in Sacramento went to the winery? I don't know if I played the video. I don't know how much you're up to speed, but YouTubers in Sacramento, I'm in Sacramento, went to the winery that's supposedly worth $5 million. It doesn't exist. They have a note outside of their door that says the winery you're looking for, because people keep coming there asking questions. They had to put up a sign saying that winery is no longer part of this conglomerate. So we don't answer questions because they no longer make wine here, even though they claim to be worth $5 million. So Tim Walz steps down. Tim Walz is implicated in the fraud because he continued the payments despite investigations and payments being halted. Tim Walz had whistleblowers. No one's talking about this because we're focused on ICE protests, kids leaving school, people unaliving themselves, purposely putting themselves. I read to you pamphlets where Minnesota ICE says put white bodies in federal agents. So we're not focused on Ilhan Omar being worth 30 million. We're not focused on the fact that a vice presidential candidate and governor stepped down. No one has truly talked about everybody. Nick Shirley. No one has talked about what it means that Tim Walz stepped down. What does it mean for the DNC? What does it mean for Kamala Harris? What does it mean for 2028? What does it mean for the fraud? Well, number one, I've said Tim Walz stepping down kills the Kamala Harris presidential campaign. And I don't think the Democrats have come to grips with reality because Kamala Harris no longer has a vice presidential running mate. And if she tries to run for president, every question will be about the Tim Walz impending prosecution. Do you understand what I'm saying? And by 2028, Pam Bondi, remember, Trump is the president, Pam Bondi is DOJ, they are going to prosecute Tim Walz. So if Kamala Harris attempts to run for president, she's going to have to answer to the Tim Walz question. She's going to have to. So Kamala Harris, number one, Tim Walz is no longer governor of Minnesota. Tim Walz is no longer governor of Minnesota. Ilhan Omar probably won't be congresswoman anymore. That's number one. When him no longer being governor, stepping down in shame and fraud, he's no longer viable for a vice presidential candidate. Would you agree? Put a one in the chat if you agree that Tim Walz can still run with Kamala as vice president. Put a one in the chat if you think I'm wrong, and Tim Walz still has a chance at running for vice president with Kamala Harris. Right? Put a one in the chat if you agree with that. I don't believe it's possible. I don't know how he gets through a debate. I don't think he gets, because you guys understand and know that Kamala has to go, Tim Walz has to go to the Pod Bros this time. They have to go on the podcast. And I don't see them surviving any podcast interview after the Somali fraud. I'm sure they will want to pivot. I'm sure they will want to focus on ICE violence. But eventually, you're going to have to answer to Somali fraud. So I don't see any ones in the chat. So I agree. I don't believe anybody truly believes that Kamala still has a viable presidential campaign. So BJ said Walz is still governor for a year, then he leaves office. He's still stepping down. That means he's no longer in the running for vice president. I don't see him having a viable vice presidential run. And if he's not going to be vice presidential candidate, then Kamala Harris she's already facing the fact that she lost last time. She would have to answer questions of all the shit she made a mistake last time. And then she would have to answer questions about Tim. Nah.
Morning, Democrats are refusing to fund the Department of Homeland Security until Republicans agree on reforms to immigration enforcement tactics. That means 90% of Homeland Security workers, including personnel at the TSA, Secret Service, Coast Guard, and FEMA, are working without a paycheck. A major impact on this busy travel week could be at the nation's airports. During previous government shutdowns, many TSA workers called out sick, leading to long security lines and delays. Here's what Democrats are demanding to end the standoff. They want to require judicial warrants for immigration arrests on private property, ban ICE agents from wearing masks, and require agents wear body cameras and ID numbers on their uniforms.
We need masks off, we need cameras on, and we need every ICE officer to be identified. ICE is rogue, out of.
So remember what I shared with you, that we already won, because people are hearing Chuck Schumer and them saying this, but keep in mind that I shared with you, Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals backs mass deportation policy, no bond for most deportees, even non-criminals. Federal judge rejects Minnesota bid to end ICE surge. Eighth Circuit lifts restriction on ICE tactics. Eighth Circuit lifts restriction on ICE tactics. These are the truths that they refuse to share with you when they say these outlandish things. And keep in mind that Tom Homan is the same person who headed ICE under a Democrat who had access to Minnesota and deported more people under Obama, and none of this violence happened. So when Chuck Schumer is saying this, Chuck Schumer is lying and trying to take away your democracy.
Their body cameras and ID numbers on their uniforms.
We need masks off, we need cameras on, and we need every ICE officer to be identified. ICE is rogue, out of control.
You know what my chat said? The protesters wear masks too. Go back to Alex Pretty. Remember those people? People said, oh, they hit a woman. I said, no. If this goes to court, they're not going to be able to say that was a woman, because everybody in that video had on a mask. Everybody in that video had on the mask. So how can you say one protester is a woman, one protester is not a woman? Even this individual right here has on a mask. He looked like a homeless person that's been paid to agitate. No word of paid agitators. But I will show you again the graph where I showed you that ICE agents, when you look at this picture is completely lawful because the Eighth Circuit lifted restrictions on ICE agents. Lifted restrictions, we won in court.
But Trump administration officials insist they won't let the shutdown stop their agenda.
I don't like the masks either. These men and women have to protect themselves.
Despite the ICE drawdown in Minnesota after the fatal shootings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, officials say a small security force will stay in Minnesota.
We already removed well over 1,000 people. Monday, Tuesday, we'll remove several hundred more.
So we already drew down in Minnesota, and the job is still not done. Double tap at the like button, man. How y'all feel about the fake outrage of the Democratic Party and the fake protests, knowing what you know, what I've shared you this morning about the fact that we actually won in court numerous times when it comes to this government shutdown, that the Democrats are asking for things that have already been adjudicated by judges, right? I feel like, in my opinion, I feel like the Democrats are taking away your democracy. And I think they do this all the time. I think the Democrats are known for doing this. They do this all the time. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with the government shutdown. Let's go. Double tap at the like button.
And like lawmakers, he left Washington amid a partial government shutdown that only affects the Department of Homeland Security. Now, the situation is that Democrats want major changes after the tensions that we saw play out in Minneapolis, protests and the deaths of 2 Americans at the hands of federal agents. What Democrats want to see, they want no more face coverings for immigration agents. They want body-worn cameras, but they also want to see other significant changes. Now, Tom Homan, the border czar, he announced last week that the conclusion, I should say, of that operation we saw in Minneapolis. And over the weekend, he said essentially that these agents are trying to protect themselves. There essentially is a stalemate now between Democrats and Republicans, the White House included in that. They have sent a counter proposal. They haven't telegraphed what that counter proposal is, but Democrats simply say that that is a non-starter, and they want to see those changes. They're standing by what they want, at least for now. Now, some things that people could potentially see down the road. Remember, these government workers, they're not getting paid. They will miss their first paycheck in early March if the government doesn't come up with an agreement. That means TSA agents are on the job without pay. Typically, when government shutdowns are prolonged, like a couple of weeks or so, there are call-outs, TSA workers having to make tough decisions. So those are potentially some of the things that people could see down the road if we do indeed have a longer shutdown. Congress is back in session on February 23rd. The president's State of the Union speech is February 24th. So we'll likely see this play out over the next week or so, unless there's an agreement before that.
So right here, first breaking news, we're in a partial government shutdown. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Perks on podcast with the blast. We're in a partial government shutdown. DHS, TSA, several partial governments, including TSA agents and ICE agents, are going without pay. They'll miss their first paycheck on March. Coming up on March. What else is coming up on March? TPS 317.26. Don't forget TPS 317.26. Trump removed TPS, the temporary protection for for Somalians, and I heard that the Haitians got removed also. I heard that there was fight over the Haitians too. But let's get to Rubio. I think I want to go to Rubio. Oh, let's go here. Emmer calls out Democrats on ICE ID rules amid DHS shutdown. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. We still on the ICE shutdown. How's everybody doing today? Hit the like button. Let's get them likes up, everybody. Hit the super chat, hit the like button, hit the heart, hit the emoji. Let's get them likes up, everybody. We need them likes up for the algorithm, everybody. Hit the like, hit the share with a like-minded person, man. You're watching the Perfect Time of Podcast, back with the blast. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I see my chat fired up. Double tap, hit the like button. W chat, W chat. Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blues. We in the building, everybody. We in the building, man. DHS, Emmer calls out Democrats on ICE ID rules amid DHS shutdown. A partial DHS shutdown began Friday after Senate Democrats blocked a House-passed funding bill. Y'all with me? All right, let's keep going. Demanding ICE reforms like mandatory ID display and body cameras following fatal shootings of 2 U.S. citizens in Minneapolis. Emmer highlighted the irony with Democrats' opposition to voter ID, a point conservatives echo online amid the standoff now in its third day. Furloughs hit some TSA and FEMA workers while Congress recesses until at least February 23rd with no resolution in sight. A poll shows 72% of Americans back ICE changes, because I don't believe they truly understand and know about the fact that we've won everything that they're requesting for. They went to the courts, and that the people actually won and spoke their voice via the courts, and the Democrats are not honoring the judges' rulings and the people and democracy. Let's get into it. Partial shutdown, DHS, ICE, let's go.
Okay, let's get into some of their demands. This is what they say: make ICE agents show ID and wear body cameras. That's already happened to body cameras. Ban agents from wearing masks. Ban racial profiling. I'm not sure that's happening. Require a warrant to enter private property. Of course, they're trying to take this from the civil process to the criminal process. Are any of these things non-starters, or anything that y'all can find compromise on?
Well, first off, common sense. I mean, they want law enforcement agents to show ID when they don't want voters to show ID.
MAGA Monday, double tap, hit that like button. MAGA Monday, baby. Private Time Podcast with the blast. Nobody else is doing it like this, man. Come on, everybody. Come on in, man. Come on in, man. We ain't giving up, man. Let's go, baby. MAGA Monday. 2026, we in the mix. 2028, we doing great. Trump news. Giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blues. The irony is thick, ladies and gentlemen. The irony is thick. Let's get into it. Did you hear what he said? Hashtag.
A warrant to enter private property. Of course, they're trying to take this from the civil process to the criminal process. Are any of these things non-starters or anything that y'all can find compromise on?
Well, first off, common sense. I mean, they want law enforcement agents to show ID when they don't want voters to show ID.
Come on,
There's
now.
no common sense here. This is all politics. They're talking around the issue. What they're doing, Lawrence, is they want reforms that frankly protect illegals and criminals at the expense of tax-paying citizens. Let's go after that warrant one. You already have administrative warrants, and Americans, if they were told the truth by these guys, would understand in order to get an administrative warrant, the defendant, the subject of the warrant, has already had full due process. Now they want what they say is a judicial warrant. And on its face, it sounds reasonable, right? Well, we got to get a judicial warrant. The administrative warrant is already the same thing. Putting a judicial warrant on top of that, you'll never get a judicial warrant in the timely manner that you need to get it. So the result? Mass amnesty, which is essentially what we had under the Biden administration. They want this again. They make it sound like it's something good. It's not.
What you think, ladies and gentlemen, man? I'm giving out the raw facts of the matter. I love the way he put that, man, because we talked about we talked about the voter ID, we talked about the SAVE Act. Come on, man. Now that was so beautiful, man. Double tap hit the like button, man. #1 podcast on YouTube, man. They want the ICE agents to show ID, but they don't believe Americans have to show ID when they vote. We talking about the government shutdown, the demands that they want, but don't forget, let's go over the list of demands again. One more time. Let's hear this list of demands again.
Okay, let's get into some of their demands. This is what they say: make ICE agents show ID and wear body cameras. That's already happened to body.
So they already got the body cameras. So let's look at it. Make agents show ID, wear body cameras. They already got body cameras. Ban agents from wearing masks. We already won that in the judges. Ban racial profiling. We've already won that in the judges. Require a warrant to enter private property. We've already won all of these things. These things, I told you, have already been adjudicated. They would not be doing them if they did not have the legal right to do them, and they have been challenged state to state. Despite having the permission to do these same things, these are not brand new tactics. Tom Homan has been this person in this role for 6 presidents using these same tactics. These are not new unconventional tactics. These are not new unconventional policies. This is the same thing Tom Homan did under Barack Obama, and Minnesota worked with Barack Obama and Tom Homan when he was a Democratic president. Here are the adjudications. 5th Circuit Appeal Court backs mass detention. No bond for most deportees, even criminals. Now, what did we just say here? What did they say they wanted, right? Where's my video at? Where they said they wanted, here it is. Make agents show ID, and then they wanted agents wearing masks, and they wanted warrant. But I just showed you where it says it's not required, right? No bond for most deportees, even non-criminals. This is the court adjudication. So again, Senate Democrats and House Democrats are trying to circumvent the democratic process and going directly after things that have already been adjudicated by the courts. ICE tactics, wearing the mask, and ethnic profiling also have been ruled upon by the courts. Wearing the mask and ethnic profiling and doing raids, ICE raids, ethnic profiling, all of this have been adjudicated by the courts. That means you You, the people, we, the people. When they say we, the people, when the court makes a ruling, how many people truly understand America, how America works, and what it means when the judge makes a ruling? That's we, the people. This is Democrats going around the people.
Cameras, ban agents from wearing masks, ban racial profiling, I'm not sure that's happening, require a warrant to enter private property. Of course, they're trying to take this from the civil process to the criminal process. Are any of these things non-starters or anything that y'all can find compromise on?
Well, I just, first off, common sense. I mean, they want law enforcement agents to show ID when they don't want voters to show ID. There's no common sense here. This is all politics. They're talking around the issue. What they're doing, Lawrence, is they want reforms that frankly protect illegals and criminals at the expense of tax-paying citizens. Let's go after that warrant one. You already have administrative warrants, and Americans, if they were told the truth by these guys, would understand.
So I've been telling them, thank you so much, man, for talking the truth. He said we already, what I educated my audience. I don't think Americans know about the deportation orders and what has been the beef in Minnesota. Why did we have violence in Minnesota when listen, he said they want federal orders by judges because in Minnesota was the first time, the first state after 600,000 successfully being deported, 2 million in 2025. Minnesota was the first state, and they worked with federal deportation under Obama, but Minnesota was the first state that said we will not honor the deportation orders, right? Minnesota told their police, judges, and local municipalities, you don't have to honor federal deportation orders from immigration judges. I was the first person to educate my audience and the American people how it is. It seemed simple to me, but people still didn't understand. How can ICE arrest 10,000 people in a matter of days in Charlotte, North Carolina? How can ICE arrest 5,000 people in a matter of days in New Orleans and Memphis? It is because they had a list of individuals who had seen deportation judges, right, immigration judges, because they had been arrested while being in America without proper documentation. Now, they could have gained proper documentation. Unfortunately, they were arrested for a crime. Under Biden did not force these individuals to leave. Instead, Biden immigration judges issue deportation orders with a deportation date, telling these individuals they would have to self-deportate by a certain date and time. What the Trump administration with Tom Homan has done is go around state to state with a list of individuals who have seen immigration judges who are supposed to self-deport and then get them to deport. That's how they've been so successful with 600,000, because they have, and that's how Tom Homan can say with certainty that 80% of the 600,000 were criminals. Tom, how do you know that? I have fucking warrants. I have immigration judge orders and convictions on all of these guys. So what I did is the same thing I did under Obama. I went to Minnesota and I said, here's my list. I need access to Minnesota jails. Now, remember, I reported to you, Tom Homan had an office. Tom Homan had an office when he worked for Obama, when Obama gave him accommodation, when Obama let 64 people die in detention. Tom Homan had an office in Minnesota. They said, no, Tom Homan. When he started working for Trump, Tom Homan don't get to pick who the president is. Tom Homan has a job. I worked for 6 presidents. Remember, I reported Tom Homan worked for 6 presidents. Tom Homan don't pick the president. He does the same job no matter who the president was. When Trump became the president, Minnesota said, you can't work with us anymore. Minnesota went to court and tried to stop ICE. Minnesota lost in court. So now Democrats are trying to go around the fact that they lost in court and shut down the government. And I'm the only one telling the truth. I'm the only one telling the truth. I'm the only one telling the truth.
Require a warrant to enter private property. Of course, they're trying to take this from the civil process to the criminal process. Are any of these things non-starters or anything that y'all can find compromise on?
Well, I just, first off, common sense. I mean, they want law enforcement agents to show ID when they don't want voters to show ID.
So we can't make this up. They want law enforcement to show ID when they don't want voters to show ID. 80% of the American people agree with voter ID. Democrats agree with voter ID. You can't go to the Democratic convention. You can't see a Democrat politician fucking do a speech without ID. But they want them to have an ID. And don't forget my chat, W chat. Don't forget my chat said perfect. The protesters are wearing masks. The protesters are wearing masks.
Are any of these things not non-starters or anything that y'all can find compromise on?
Well, I just, first off, common sense. I mean, they want law enforcement agents to show ID when they don't want voters to show ID. There's no common sense here. This is all politics. They're talking around the issue. What they're doing, Lawrence, is they want reforms that frankly protect illegals and criminals at the expense of tax-paying citizens. Let's go after that warrant one. You already have administrative warrants, and Americans, if they were told the truth by these guys, would understand in order to get an administrative warrant, the defendant, the subject of the warrant, has already had full due process.
This is what I've been saying. I've been saying double tap hit the like button, double tap share with a like button. We got to get this out in the algorithm. This is what I've been saying this whole time. They have seen a judge, they've had due process, and they've been asked to leave. Unfortunately, under Biden, this is the same thing with Venezuela. This is the same thing with Maduro. This is the same thing with the oil tankers. Joe Biden upped the bounty on Maduro. People forget, Obama and Biden deported more. But Obama had higher numbers of deportation. These are the perverted lies of the Democratic Party. Joe Biden was against Maduro. Joe Biden said Maduro is a dictator. Joe Biden put $25 million on Maduro's head. Joe Biden sanctioned the oil tanker. Joe Biden gave these individuals deportation orders. Joe Biden gave these individuals deportation orders. He just did not follow through. He just did not follow through on the deportations. Joe Biden sanctioned Maduro. He just didn't follow through. Joe Biden sanctioned the oil tankers. He just didn't follow through. Do you guys understand? Joe Biden said he was a dictator. He just did nothing about it. Joe Biden said the oil tanker is selling oil illegally to terrorists who want to bomb America. He just did nothing about it. Joe Biden's administration said you need to deport, but Joe Biden did nothing about it. They saw a judge. Under Joe Biden didn't deport them. But Trump came in with Tom Homan, the same person Barack Obama had, and said those individuals with deportation orders now must leave.
Warrant what? You already have administrative warrants, and Americans, if they were told the truth by these guys, would understand in order to get an administrative warrant, the defendant, the subject of the warrant, has already had full due process. Now they want what they say is a judicial warrant. And on its face, it sounds reasonable, right? Well, we got to get a judicial warrant. The administrative warrant is already the same thing. Putting a judicial warrant on top of that, you'll never get a judicial warrant in the timely manner that you need to get it. So the result, mass amnesty, which is essentially what we had under the Biden administration. They want this again. They make it sound like it's something good. It's not.
It's not. It's not. We saw the result. CDLs being handed out. People, you know what I'm saying, not able to read the roads. We see the result of it. And I think American people, $19 billion in Somali fraud. We see the results.
This morning, Democrats are refusing to fund the Department of Homeland Security until Republicans agree on reforms to immigration enforcement tactics. That means 90% of Homeland Security workers, including personnel at the TSA, Secret Service, Coast Guard, and FEMA, are working without a paycheck.
So how many people knew it included all of those groups? You heard so far, the liberal media is not telling you everybody who's not working without a paycheck. Why is this important? Because these are the same individuals who went without a paycheck for 43 days, less than 43 days ago. It's not fair. These are the same individuals who went without pay for 43 days, less than 43 days ago. And now the Democrats are asking them to go without pay again. Whether you agree with ICE or not, these are the same individuals who went without pay 43 days ago. How is that the right tactic? Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries.
To fund the Department of Homeland Security until Republicans agree on reforms to immigration enforcement tactics. That means 90% of Homeland Security workers, including personnel at the TSA, Secret Service, Coast Guard, and FEMA, are working without a paycheck.
Secret Service, Coast Guard, and FEMA. Does anybody know what the Coast Guard does? As we just been going back and forth, how many drug boats were blown up? 30 drug boats. How many kilos were on the drug boats? How many drug dealers were unalived on the over 100 drug dealers, over 30 drug boats? The Coast Guard is supposed to protect the coast. FEMA, TSA, you got to go on airplanes. And do you know the geopolitical climate right now? We have conflicts all around the globe. Is this the right time to not pay TSA agents? Is this the ideal time for TSA agents to be unpaid, tired, air traffic controllers to be unpaid, tired? I don't think though. I do not think so, ladies and gentlemen. So it's not just Homeland Security.
To immigration enforcement tactics. That means 90% of Homeland Security workers, including personnel at the TSA, Secret Service, Coast Guard, and FEMA, are working without a paycheck. A major impact on this busy travel week could be at the nation's airports. During previous government shutdowns, many TSA workers called out sick, leading to long security lines and delays. Here's what Democrats are demanding to end the standoff. They want to require judicial warrants for immigration arrests on private property, ban ICE agents from wearing masks, and require agents wear body cameras.
So we already got the body cameras. Remember that. And terminology matters with these tricky Dems, man. They say judicial warrants. Remember what I educated you. They said judicial warrants. Remember what I educated you. That they already have deportation orders and they have been through a process where they've seen a judge. They don't see a judge like me and you because they're not citizens. So when they go into a court, it doesn't have the flag, the seal on the wall. Some of you may not know. Why is this important? Those of you who know a courtroom for Americans, there are certain things that are required legally by the Constitution to be in that courtroom. They got to be that flag. They got to be a seal. And so they want people who are not American citizens to go into the same court and then have the same promises of the Bill of Rights and Constitution as you. That's going to cost money. Money. Judges cost money. District attorneys cost money. To hold them costs money. See, that's what the Democrats don't tell you. They want to tell you, oh no, it's just Jay Rights. We just want to make sure everybody know you want to spend and waste money because you want two processes. We've already paid money for them to be here. We paid money to arrest them. We paid money to prosecute them. We paid money through an immigration process. Now the Democrats are saying the money, think about this. I got to give it to you like this as a conservative. I got to give it to you like this as a conservative. I got to give it to you bottom line. We've already paid dollars. And those of you listening got to think, how many times did we pay? $10,000 EBT? Free CDLs. How many times did we pay? Millions of dollars in hotels before Doge shut it down. 300,000 across the border. How much are we asked to pay? So wait, we pay $1 million in hotels, millions of dollars in hotels. We pay millions of dollars in EBT, millions of dollars in housing, right? Right? Think about this, American people, when they tell you about all the damn taxes that you pay. You pay millions of dollars in hotels, millions of dollars in subsidies and services and EBT. Sanctuary cities. Now they are saying, you a good American, right? They should get to go to a judge. And they don't tell you about the cost. They don't tell you about the cost, right? Of extending constitutional benefits to people who are not privy to the Constitution. So if you go to another country, you don't get the same rights as the citizens of that country. You hope that the president comes in and helps you. You hope you can call the UN, but there are different laws. There are different laws that apply. Maritime law. There are different laws that apply for Americans when they travel abroad. You don't know this unless you traveled abroad. But you don't even get privy to the Constitution and Bill of Rights when you travel abroad. They don't give a fuck that you American and that you have certain freedoms in America. None of that shit apply. You pray and hope. Right? Remember when we what's the boy name? The Art of War. What's the boy name? They made a movie about him. We traded him for the tall basketball, the big basketball playing girl who smoked weed and who has a baby with another woman. Remember, we traded the architect of war. MAGA and conservatives was upset when they traded because they were Marines and other good people who did not smoke weed, who did not break the law, who were currently incarcerated abroad. If they were going to trade for somebody, MAGA and conservatives were pissed off that you traded for a criminal weed smoker instead of trading for everyday Americans who have been caught up overseas. Because people keep saying that somehow you get privy to certain special things when you know. We the only country that do that. That's why 10 to 20 million people came here during the Biden administration. We the only country that do that. What's important to know is that we spent the money already, brothers and sisters, and the Democrats want you to spend more money that we don't have.
ID numbers on their uniforms.
We need masks off. We need cameras on. And we need every ICE officer to be identified. ICE is rogue, out of control.
But Trump administration officials insist they won't let the shutdown stop their agenda.
I don't like the masks either. These men and women have to protect themselves.
Despite the ICE drawdown in Minnesota after the fatal shootings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, officials say a small security force will stay in Minnesota.
We already removed well over 1,000 people. Monday, Tuesday, we'll remove several hundred more.
Double tap, hit the like button, man. We are talking about the ICE DHS shutdown. We in day 3. We're in day 3 of the shutdown. And how y'all feel about it? This DHS, TSA agents, the same people that wasn't paid for 43 days are now being unpaid again. The same people who weren't paid for 43 days are now being unpaid again. How y'all feel about that? I'm not happy about it, ladies and gentlemen, but I need to give y'all the details. So y'all can be an educated electorate. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. Double tap, hit the like button. We are talking about government shutdown, democratic demands.
Blackburn has more on where things stand and what's being affected by the stalemate.
Come on, y'all. This is crazy right here, man. Can't even play the video, man. They like, nope, can't play the video, man. Nope. Can't play the video. Like, come on, man. But we gonna keep it going, man. Don't worry. I got the video coming up, man. Don't worry. We got the video coming up, man. We got the video coming up, man. Well, maybe not, man. Maybe not. I don't know. Let's see. This is the illest. This is the illest it has been in recent times, man. And the illest it has been in recent times, man. But let's see.
Developments out of Washington this morning. Good morning, Madeline.
Good morning, Leah. Good morning, Shanu.
Oh, it's the big. They don't want me to play the big screen. Okay. and then they won't let you. It's cool. I don't think your commentary is that important to my broadcast if y'all gonna act like that. I don't think your commentary is that important to my podcast if y'all gonna act like that with your little funky little content. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Oh man, if that's how you gonna act with your funky little content, I don't think it's that important to my commentary. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, for real, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, let's keep going, man. Let's stay with ICE. Let's stay with ICE. Let's stay with ICE. Shout out to the chat, man. Double tap at the like button, man. Thank you for everybody, man. Double tap at the like button, man. Let's get the algorithm rocking. You're rocking that thing like, ooh, we rocking that thing like MAGA in the building. MAGA Monday. Trump news, Trump news, Trump news. Giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. Giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. Florida parents demand union accountability over Speaker's student walkout defense. On February 3rd, 2026, Xander Marquez of Social Equity and Education Alliance spoke at Florida Education Association event, defending student protests against ICE operations as protected First Amendment activity and urging schools not to punish them. FEA President Andrew Spar clarified that the union did not organize walkouts and described Macron's view as personal opinion from an invited guest. With the conference centered on legislative priorities like public school funding, the remarks drew outrage from parents, Representative Matt Getz, and Commissioner Ryan Walters, who called for the teachers' firings, deportations, and union reforms amid nationwide protests that have led to suspensions and safety incidents. I showed some of the violence that occurred during these protests. Let's listen to what this libtard had to say about our kids not being in school, even though taxpayer dollars paid for those days. This is also fraud. I brought up the Minnesota fraud aspect of schools being paid when students are not actually in class. This was the problem with Minnesota daycares. So what happens when parents show up to a school expecting their children to learn because they're paying their tax dollars, and y'all want to know why we got rid of the Department of Education? And kids are not in school learning.
So when Florida students are confronted with videos of ICE raids, of families being torn apart, and of Americans being murdered for using their constitutional rights, they respond. They organize. They speak out. And they do what American students have always done in moments of injustice. They stand together and demand safety for their peers, their families, and themselves. And that response, while framed by some politicians as radical, is rather reasonable. It's rational. And in a moment like this, it is required. To any students being told that they do not have the right to speak out or walk out on their campus, I want to be clear. This is the United States of America. You do not shed your First Amendment rights when you step foot through the schoolhouse gates. So when...
See, this is the problem. This is the problem. No one is speaking to what the actual system is. That, like, this is how you get fraud in Minnesota. Democrats like this who actually have policy that say we're going to pay daycares based on enrollment and not require educators to take attendance, thusly not actually acquiring education take place, not actually requiring students even attend class. And they guise this idiotic idiocracy under the First Amendment. And you basically take away the rights of the citizens to become an educated electorate. They want to tell students who don't know about World War II, who don't know about the creation of the Democrats and the Dixiecrats, the Democratic Party versus the Republican Party, that they have a First Amendment right that they honestly, ladies and gentlemen, haven't studied and haven't lived long enough to truly understand the exercise. That's what an intelligent parent and adult leader would say, that you first, I talked to another adult and it surprised me. We didn't even get into whether or not they were Democratic or not. But you know what they told me? I said I wanted my kid, if they wanted to participate, to write me a paper. I said, that's so awesome. I didn't ask whether they were a Democrat or a Republican because it didn't matter. All it matters is they understood that if their child wanted to participate, that they needed to understand what they were participating in. Mom, Dad, I want to go do the ICE protest. Okay, you need to write me a paper, a thesis statement, and then articulate to me why and what the issue is and why and what you think, how you will benefit, how the protests benefit. Man, come on, man. Ain't that what a school's supposed to do, man? But since the school wouldn't do it, a parent was forced to do it. Since the school wouldn't do it, because the libtards are doing this. The libtards are doing this. Let's get into it.
So when Florida students are confronted with videos of ICE raids, of families being torn apart, and of Americans being murdered for using their constitutional rights, they were...
Why are they watching? Why are they being confronted with this? Ain't nobody in Florida been... This is an issue in Minnesota. The Florida students should be focused on learning. This is why we got rid of the Department of Education and libtards like this. What do you mean Florida students are being bombarded? No one is bombarding anybody. I just said to you that the Minnesota ICE operation was sanctioned by courts, that they went to the courts and they got access to go do the raids, access to racial profiling, access to wear the mask. Everything you saw in Minnesota was legal. The reason you saw violence is because the Minnesota leadership pushed back. Florida students, this ain't even adults, Florida children should be focused on the fucking literacy rates, damn it.
So when Florida students are confronted with videos of ICE raids, of families being torn apart, and of Americans being murdered for using their constitutional rights, they respond.
Americans being murdered for their constitutional rights. Man, we got a huge problem in America right now. Americans being murdered for their constitution. Do you know the ICE agent who Renee Good hit with a Pathfinder? We never discuss it. I don't know why. I don't know why. This is a man, a human being. I don't know why that was okay. I don't know why we never talk about the fact that it was a fucking Pathfinder. A fucking Pathfinder. Do you know he went to hospital for internal bleeding? He came home. He had to be readmitted to the hospital. Oh, I wonder why. He was hit by a fucking Pathfinder.
With videos of ICE raids, of families being torn apart, and of Americans being murdered for using their constitutional rights, they respond. They organize. They speak out. And they do what American students have always done in moments of injustice. They stand together and demand safety for their peers, their families, and themselves. And that response, while framed by some politicians as radical, is rather reasonable.
It's not. It's irrational. Students, and I believe the children are the future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. They're supposed to be learning, brother. They're supposed to be learning so they could be the future of America. Learning the Constitution, learning the articles, learning the Bill of Rights that you exclaim that they fucking expressing. Let them tell me right now. Give me a list. Tell me the Bill of Rights.
It's rational, and in a moment like this, it is required. To any students being told that they do not have the right to speak out or walk out on their campus, I want to be clear. This is the United States of America. You do not shed your First Amendment rights when you step foot through the schoolhouse gates.
So he's telling American students, now remember what I shared with you. So first, I don't even know how they organize this. I got an email on my phone. How many parents in the chat got an email on your phone about the Friday walkout? And then ever since that Friday, students have come up with their own to walk out of class. They are leaving class ever since that Friday. It hasn't stopped. And this is where the fraud comes in, because it was the adults who gave these children the idea that they needed to participate in something that was an adult issue, adult problem that adults should fix, and they should be protected and have the ability to be educated and not worry about adult issues. That's how a village raises a child. See, in a village, the adults go fish. In a village, the adults make sure that the village is safe so that the children can learn and have the ability to grow into adults. The children don't go fish. The children don't patrol. The children don't cook. The children don't sew. The children go to school and get to play. Now, adults, unfortunately, we don't have time to play at the playground and play games. Children do. Adults have to work out issues like immigration. This is sick and sad. And I believe he should be, I don't know, put in the chat, what you think should happen to this guy? What you think should happen to him? He is saying, now think about the fraud, the money. Think about Minnesota, how the fraud happened. Minnesota fraud happened because of something called a Biden and Waltz era policy that paid schools up front in advance on a digital system based on enrollment. Based on enrollment. It sounds like to me that they want the same policy. I said these Minnesota Tim Walz policies will go nationwide. If you read between the lines what he is saying, we want enrollment-based funding so our students have the freedom to leave and walk out or not even attend.
So when Florida students are confronted with videos of ICE raids, of families being torn apart, and of Americans being murdered for using their constitutional rights, they respond. They organize, they speak out, and they do what American students have always done in moments of injustice.
Let's see what they did. What really happened? Because he's saying this whole proud, liberal, democratic mumbo jumbo. Well, I showed you what happened. I showed you they beat up a man, they beat up a woman. High school walkouts over ICE deportations turned violent in multiple states, ladies and gentlemen. Not Florida, not just violent in multiple states. Do you see what this has created? A powder keg. The irresponsible Democrats have told children it's okay. You know what someone said in my chat, W chat? He said, someone said in my chat, perfect. You know what's so dangerous about this? It's because what's happening is they have been taught that being a Democrat is cool and Republican is lame. She said that's very problematic because that does not give credence to fair and balanced politics. It results in children attacking people wearing red MAGA hats as they drive by in cars because they have now adopted this ideology that being a Democrat. I told you in the Vogue magazine that I read an article from liberal women who said having a boyfriend is like being Republican. They are equating Republican conservative principles to being uncool and lame and worthy of violence and ostracization. Help me out in the chat because I ruined that word. Help me out in the chat. I got that word all wrong. High school students across states like Illinois, Washington, California, Texas, and Florida staged walkouts this week. So I said not just Friday, but they've continued to do walkouts and they've continually become violent. When you think your kids are at school and being protected by a system that you have faith in, you drop the kid off to school, you go to work. You believe the teacher is going to teach this kid is going to learn and one day be able to do what you're doing. Have kids, get married, go to work, be a productive citizen in life, and maybe, just maybe, when they go in to vote, they have some intelligence on the issues. I don't care if they're Democrat or Republican, but maybe they learn enough in school that when they go in to vote, they have some intelligence on the issues. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. So we got violence. We got somebody, a libtard in Florida, talking about these kids have a right to leave school, despite the fact that their parents have paid for their attendance. pay for the books, pay for the building, pay for the teacher's salary. Remember Joe Biden, teachers need to make more money. Remember how long we've been giving teachers more money? We can get into teachers how much they make another day, but they make a shitload of fucking money. The teachers union is one of the largest unions, billion-dollar union in the fucking globe. They have so much money in their coffers, but we can talk about that another day. Let's talk about these kids and their violence and that libtard who said they got a right to leave school, but that motherfucker didn't even know what they doing when they leave school. I'm going to show you what they doing when they leave school. So across 5 states, Washington, California, more than 5 states, multiple states, Florida, and he's in Florida. Don't forget, I'll go back to it. He's in Florida. Stage walkouts, surging ICE deportations, which topped 540,000 removals since January 2025. I reported 600,000. And a record detention levels of 73,000. Clashes escalated with punches, punches, arrests of juveniles for assault. This is what happened. There were no adults watching them. There were no police. I saw the video of police standing down while kids beat up a parent. Clashes escalated with punches, arrests of juveniles for assault and obstruction, assaults on officers, and thrown rocks, while counter-protesters face ripped signs and threats. Teachers and unions backed the protest as rational civic engagement. I just played a video, so no one can argue with teachers and unions back the protest. I just showed proof. I'm going to go back to it. Teachers and unions backed the protest as rational civic engagement, but parents and officials criticized them as truancy. Let's go, MAGA. I'm telling you, woo! Woo! Let's go, MAGA. Woo! What did I say? Truancy. That's your money. That's fraud. That's fraud. Truancy. That's fraud. And safety risk amid ongoing debates over free speech in schools. Notice how you completely had to lie and redo. Let's keep going. Student assaults a cop and gets arrested in real world. There are consequences. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. This is what happened. Well, ICE protest. It's not fair, man. Do you guys remember when ICE broke the window of that white SUV and arrested a mother and a daughter for blowing the whistles? Do y'all remember that? Do y'all remember that? When they broke, and I said they arrested them because that is against the law. You cannot alert a criminal that he's about to be arrested. That was the first time we should have woke up. I believe Renee Good would be alive if we would have paid attention. I did a story. I know some of you remember. Hey, I remember that. They broke the window. If you recall, that was the beginning of Minnesota Ice Watch. What they really were doing there was purposely blocking federal agents. We didn't know it back then because Renee Good hadn't been unalive, and we didn't know Minnesota Ice Watch tactics. But that white SUV was purposely perpendicular and started honking the horn and blowing the whistle. Now let's take a look. And they got arrested. They're going to be prosecuted for federal crimes. Let's take a look at how these ICE out protests with children turn violent. You hear her? She said, I want my mommy. Oh my God. Young lady, there should have been parents there. Your school should be sued. Somebody at the school should be, because young lady, you should have somebody, an adult should have, someone wiser than you should have prohibited you from getting in this situation. That's sad. And it looked like somebody else might get arrested. It looked like somebody else was about to get arrested. They all up in the police face. So what I'm talking about is ICE walkouts and violence that resulted. Now remember, I just played this video where the teachers, backed by the teachers union. It says teachers union back ICE walkouts. I just read to you. Now, some of the people might say, no, the teachers didn't do it. Okay, listen to this.
So when Florida students are confronted with videos of ICE raids, of families being torn apart, and of Americans being murdered for using their constitutional rights, they respond. They organize. They speak out. And they do what American students have always done in moments of injustice. They stand together and demand safety for their peers, their families, and themselves. And that response, while framed by some politicians as radical, is rather reasonable. It's rational. And in a moment like this, it is required. To any students being told that they do not have the right to speak out or walk out on their campus, I want to be clear. This is the United States of America. You do not shed your First Amendment rights when you step foot through the schoolhouse gates. So when Florida students are confronted with videos of
so no argument about whether or not the teachers support these actions and put these kids in harm's way. No more disputes on whether or not, what's this right here? Principal at Da Vinci High School allow and supervise anti-ICE protests where kids ran through the street and ripped up signs from counter protesters. He then refused to answer questions, make him famous. Let's get into it, man. Let's get into it, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Best reporting on the ICE issues. DHS shut down TSA agents going hungry again. Thank you, Hakeem Jeffries. Thank you, Chuck Schumer. TSA agents going hungry again. Air traffic controllers going hungry again. Thank you, Democrats. Kids leaving school getting violent. Thank you, Democrats.
Are you involved with this protest at all? I'm sorry. So, are you teach here? Do you teach here?
I prefer not to engage.
That's okay. You're on the public sidewalk. Are you working right now?
Am I working right now?
Yeah.
Sure am.
What's your name? I'm asking you what your name. You're on the public sidewalk. You're working, and these are your students. What is your name?
Now think about it. He don't even want to identify himself, but they want ICE agents to identify themselves. Are you guys listening and watching this? The principal, you can hear the kids in the background acting a fool. He's not stopping. He's not supervising, and he won't even identify himself, but they want ICE agents. Pay attention.
Students notified their parents?
What's that?
Have these parents notified their parents that they're out here protesting on the sidewalk?
Sorry?
I
can't hear you over the protest.
Have these parents been notified that their students are?
You hear the kids in the background? He's so emboldened. This is the liberal. I know you might not like me, but I can't make this up the way he's responding to a woman. Number one, it's an elderly woman who maybe owns a home in the neighborhood. Think about what's happening right now. This is a principle. This is the decorum, a lack of, that they show. And it can't be faked.
Protesting
I'm
their
having a hard
children.
time hearing you.
Have these parents been notified that their children are protesting?
The elderly lady is forced to get closer and yell because you can't hear, because his students are so much profanity and screaming, which is not legal, everybody. This is not a peaceful protest when you are profane and you are screaming at the top of your lungs, disrupting people, that or else people would do it all the time.
The public sidewalk during school day.
Okay, I'm sorry, what?
Have you notified the parents that these children?
Stay on the side.
Have you notified the parents that these children are protesting during the school day? Were school resources used to make these signs?
Didn't I say that? Didn't I say that? I talked about the fraud. Was school resources used to make these signs? Now think about how many children across how many states walked out of school with poster boards. Now think about me. I'm a good parent. Anybody is a good parent in the chat. I've actually donated to my school poster boards, paper, water cups. You know what I'm saying? I've actually donated to my school, right? And so when they use up this stuff, what about when when they run out of these things? Huh? What about when they run out of these things? Who's going to be there when they don't have supplies? I love that she brought that up because, ma'am, I have brought up the fact of everything you're bringing up. The fact, have parents been notified? The fact that parents paid for these people to be here. I've linked it to Minnesota ICE Watch fraud and the Somalian fraud with the enrollment-based funding, and now she's on top of it. Because she understands she may pay a Melrose. See, a lot of people listening don't know what a Melrose tax is because you don't own a home, you don't pay a mortgage. But she may pay an HOA. She may have a Melrose tax. So she wants to know who's paying for the fucking protest, principal. And then look at the kids in the street. Could get hit by a car.
Stay on the side.
Have you noticed?
See them in the street? Nobody out there. He can't even stop it and control it.
Notified the parents that these children are protesting.
If you listen closely, you can hear the kids starting to threaten this woman, this elderly woman, with violence. Listen.
During the school day, were school resources used to make these signs?
Your hate makes us stronger. 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 Your hate makes us stronger.
Are you a teacher? You know this, right? Are you a teacher here? Have these parents been notified? Yes, they have. They have? Did your parents give you permission?
Round and proud. Round and proud.
Round and proud. Did your parents give you permission to be
Yeah, my
here?
dad gave me permission and my mom.
Okay, what's your mother's name? What's your mother's name? What's your mother's name? Did your parents give you permission to be here? Did you ask the parents? Did you ask them?
These are the teachers. These are your leaders. Thank you. So, you know, conservatives have been talking about the schools. It is not just this. Remember Title IX. Thank you, Trump is the greatest president we've ever seen in our lifetime. Thank you, Trump. 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 If it wasn't for Trump, we would not see this. We would not know this. And fathers across, we have been dealing with these schools. We have been dealing with these schools when it comes to divorce, when it comes to custody. Now you see what fathers and parents have dealt with. Y'all don't forget them laws they made during the Biden administration where your kid could pick whatever they want to be. And if the father don't agree, then they would arrest the father. How many of you heard about good white men, good white fathers, and being forced to call a son a woman or face losing custody or face being arrested? Y'all remember them laws? Donald Trump got rid of them laws. Donald Trump got rid of them laws. Donald Trump got rid of Title IX. Do you know under Donald Trump and RFK and Dr. Oz, all that shit is gone? It ain't no more reassignment surgeries. Can we get a double tap? Can we get a double tap in the chat? There ain't no more reassignment surgeries. It's illegal now. Did y'all know Dr. Oz and them shut that shit down? And no more reassignment surgeries. There ain't no more none of that shit. There ain't no more I get to come home and tell my divorced father to call me this so I can help my mama fuck with my dad. There ain't no more coming home helping my mama who's a bitter old mother, who's a bitter. Oh, call me this now, Dad. And if you don't call me this, if you don't call me Susie now, you can be arrested. Those 4 years felt like 40 years in the desert. Those 4 years felt like 40 years in the desert. For fathers, not just black fathers, but American fathers. It felt like 40 years in the desert what they did to us. Now we get this, now finally, what we've dealt with at these schools and how they have ruined our children. Y'all finally get to see this bullshit. Look at these people just standing here. You see how violent that little boy got, and they ain't doing shit.
Parents, if they could protest here. Were your parents notified that you were protesting?
Don't talk to them. Your hate makes us stronger. 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 Your hate makes us stronger.
You see it? You see it? It got to the point of being violent, y'all. Y'all see it? See that? You see that? Y'all see that? Y'all see that? That's what it gets to be. So when they talk about they got a right, when they say they got a right, this is what it happened. Violence, encourage violence. They sitting down, they not doing the principle right there, watching the violence, condoning the violence. I already showed this when she wanted her mommy. She wanted her mommy after assaulting a police officer. Nobody had her back.
Student was arrested during an anti-ICE walkout at Enumclaw High School in Washington. In the video, she can be heard saying, "I want my mommy," as officers detain her. Reports state she was interfering with police arresting another protester.
Can't make it up, man. Can't make
Student was arrested during an anti-ICE walkout at Enumclaw High School in Washington. In the video, she can be heard saying, "I want my mommy," as officers detain her. Reports state she was interfering with police arresting another protester.
Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. We going in on this ICE shit, man. The government shut down. We in day 3. TSA agents. Here go this clown again. Here go this clown again.
Florida students are confronted with videos of ICE raids, of families being torn apart, and of Americans being murdered for using their constitutional rights. They respond. They organize. They speak out. And they do what American students have always done in moments of injustice. They stand together and demand safety for their peers, their families, and themselves. And that response, while framed by some politicians as radical, is rather reasonable. It's rational. And in a moment like this, it is required. To any students being told that they do not have the right to speak out or walk out on their campus, I want to be clear. This is the United States of America. You do not shed your First Amendment rights when you step foot through the schoolhouse gates. So when
if you were
Florida
wondering,
students
if you were
are confronted
wondering,
with
and then Florida is one of the states where we have violence from students and arrests. So they are condoning it, they are supporting it, and they good with the violence, man. They good with the violence.
If my family's gonna die.
Oh, fuck you, Fred, I'm gonna peel your motherfucking ass and all you bitches.
What'd you say?
I said what I said, bitch. You fucking deaf, you might want to rehear the fucking video. Learn how to fucking use your ears, bitch. You look deaf and
No, I just wanted to confirm it, so I made sure I heard what I was saying.
guys, we would have shot your dumb ass.
Thank you.
If I had a gun, I would shoot you. No adults, no police. This is what it was, and it's still happening. They told you it was one day. They told you it's one day. They've been doing this every day since that Friday. They think they're empowered to leave school, not get an education. They don't understand that we've paid for them. The taxpayer money pays for the building, the janitor, the food, the teacher, the principal, and it used to pay for the Department of Education. And they think they get to leave school, and that libtard is saying they have a right to leave school despite all of the money and all of the promises made for your future, for you to be in school and have a right to go to school. It's not like that everywhere in the world. If you went back to your home country, you don't have free school, free education, where teachers are paid a high salary and you get to have lunch.
Hey, why? Are you threatening me? Why should I be scared of my family's gonna die?
Oh, fuck you, Fred, I'm gonna peel your motherfucking ass and all you bitches.
What'd you say?
I said what I said, bitch. You fucking deaf, you might want to rehear the fucking video. Learn how to fucking use your ears, bitch. You look deaf and
No, I just wanted to confirm it, so I made sure I heard what I was saying.
guys, we would have shot your dumb ass.
Did y'all, everybody hear it? Did everybody hear it? This is what's going on. They're not in school. They're not in school. This is what they're doing. This is what they're doing. Did everybody hear it?
You fucking deaf. You might want to hear the fucking video. Learn how to fucking use your ears, bitch. You look deaf.
No, I just wanted to confirm it. So I made sure I heard what I was saying.
Guys, we would have shot you.
Thank you. Hey, why? Are you threatening?
Do you understand what's going on? Do you understand what's going on? Do you understand what's going on? This is what's going on. Student Lake Zurich High School punches another student for holding a "I love ICE" sign during anti-ICE protests at the school. Did y'all hear about this one? Because remember I told you, being Democrat has become cool and being Republican has become lame. Oh, you Republican, I get to bully you. Being Republican is like, remember when they used to bully nerds? Being Republican has become lame, and I get to physically injure you and shun you, and adults even condone the abuse because they don't like Republicans. It's sick what's happening.
Punch me? Yes. And you're gonna get in trouble for that. Okay. Whoa. We support ICE and law enforcement. I support ICE. I don't know what's crazy about this.
Yeah, I'm going to punch you.
You're gonna punch me?
Yes.
And you're gonna get in trouble for that.
Okay.
Whoa. Chill out, bro. I stand for my beliefs. I'm gonna peacefully stand here and support my beliefs. I support ICE and law enforcement.
So somebody in the chat said, thank you guys. I love you guys in my chat, W chat. My chat already pointed out, if a child had a separate opinion, would it be First Amendment for you also? Thank you, chat, W chat. Here's a perfect example of what you just asked. The question the chat asked, well, if a child has conservative views, is it First Amendment for him to express those views? And this is how a child with conservative views was treated in school.
Punch me? Yes. And you're gonna get in trouble for that.
W chat. W chat.
Whoa. We support ICE and law enforcement. I support ICE. I don't know what's crazy about this.
Yeah, I'm going to punch you.
You're gonna punch me?
Yes.
And you're gonna get in trouble for that.
Okay.
Whoa. Chill out, bro. I stand for my beliefs. I'm gonna peacefully stand here and support my beliefs. I support ICE and law enforcement.
Fuck yourself.
Whoa.
Wow.
That's against school code. No swearing in the school.
Wow.
They're on their way there right now. We also have students walking out of the building as well, starting their protest.
Did you hear that? So students are also walking out of the building. We've lost control.
I support ICE and law enforcement. Am I allowed to stay here?
You are allowed to.
Okay. I'm allowed to have this sign too, like everyone else? Okay. I just stand for my beliefs, you know, like this is okay. Punch me?
Yes.
And you're
This is what they've caused. I think the kids got enough to worry about. Don't y'all think the kids got enough to worry about? I think the kids got enough to worry about. It's unfair, y'all. I think they got enough to worry about. I think they have enough to worry about. And this is what they've been forced. I don't know why two white kids are fighting each other. That's another part of this shit that's hilarious. And we really want to unpack the hilarity of this shit. Why are two white kids fighting over ICE issues? Do y'all really want to unpack that? Or do y'all want to keep going? I'll just keep going. Certain shit I'm not going to touch. Certain shit I'm not going to touch because the hilarity just ensues. Why are two white kids fighting each other over whether or not Eduardo gets deported for fucking breaking the fucking law? It's hilarious, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, golly, it just the jokes just write them fucking selves. But I'm not gonna go there. Let's keep going. Yo, bro, I honestly, this didn't look like children. This didn't look like, bro, but this is, oh, wow. What are we doing? What is happening? This is a kid's high school walkout. This ain't, y'all might have thought this ain't Minnesota. This ain't adults. They supposed to be in fucking school, y'all. And they are doing this to police, DHS. They at the ICE office, and no adults, no police, nobody helping the federal agents who don't want to hurt kids, but the kids are like hopped up on Kool-Aid and Skittles, and they about to get violent. Wow, throwing bottles, throwing water and piss. God. Oh, now they're attacking the officer. What do you want to say? What do you want to say? What do you want to say? It is a rebellion. What can we say? They're supposed to be in school. We want them to learn. We want them to grow up and have a chance to become productive adults. We want them to actually learn about the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. We want them to learn about the Democrat and the Republican Party. I want them to have a chance to grow. What the fuck is happening, bro? Why are kids who don't know what they should...
Get off me! Get off me! The fuck is he touching me for? I'm gonna hide two people that they touching. Bro, get off me!
I'm not doing nothing. That's you guys. I'm not doing nothing. Guys, you guys are gonna break my door, man. Okay.
No! Get out of my way! Get out of the way!
What the fuck is going on?
Bro, get out of my way. Bro, what the fuck, bro? Bro, fucking relax. Are you serious, bro? Chill out. Are you fucking serious, bro? Are you fucking serious, gang?
Let's comply. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. Does everybody see what I'm seeing? Stop resisting.
Relax. Everything on camera, bro. Relax.
Just comply. Just comply. Just comply. Let's hear it one more time.
Relax. Everything on camera, bro. Relax. Just comply.
Just comply.
I'm schizophrenic. Leave me alone, my nigga.
I'm schizophrenic, but you was got in the. Let's go back. Let me show. This motherfucker is schizophrenic. He's schizophrenic. There you go, right there. He's schizophrenic. His leg, all this bullshit.
Bro,
if you schizophrenic, why the fuck you right there in the ICE agent's face with your goddamn? Y'all see this shit? He put his hand. Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that? Oh, let's slow it down. Slow motion, baby. Slow motion, baby. Slow motion, baby. Slow motion, baby. Huh? Let's do it. Slow motion, baby. Let's watch him put his hands. That's what. You see him right there? He has his hands on that. I say, oh, I love slow-mo. Oh, I love slow-mo. Double tap, hit the like button. Oh, I love slow-mo. I love slow-mo. I love slow-mo. Double tap, hit the like button. I love slow-mo. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's watch that again. Let's watch that again. He want to go. He going to jail for.
Man.
Here it is. Here it is. You see him grabbing the ice? That's why he comes in to get him out of the way, because he's trying to get in the way of his fellow officer apprehending the guy in the green shirt. He's physically getting in the way. Here he goes. Oh, you see the hand? Oh, I got you, baby. Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. That's it, baby. That's it, baby. Take him down. All the way down. Take him down. He's under arrest.
Bro. Get out of my way. Bro.
Got his ass. Let's speed it up to full speed. Now we know how you got your ass. We seen you.
Relax, bro. Fucking relax. Are you serious? You need to chill. Chill out.
Yeah, we serious because he assaulted an officer. We got it on tape. I played it in slow-mo. This is all an act. This is all an act. Remember, I just played him assaulting the officer. Now you're going to act.
Serious, bro.
You got him just convulsing and shake all this stupid shit.
Are you fucking serious, gang?
Chillax. His own friend telling him to relax. Let's comply. Couldn't comply. You should have not been fucking with the camera and fucking assaulting officers. Just comply.
Nigga, I'm a fucking doctor. I'm schizophrenic.
He's schizophrenic, but he's sane enough to do all of this. Ain't it funny when motherfuckers pick when they want to be crazy? Ain't it funny when sane motherfuckers pick when they want to be crazy? You were sane all up until now. Now, all of a sudden, you crazy. You sane enough to choose when it's advantageous for you to be crazy. Ain't that some shit?
Leave me alone, my nigga. My nigga, you killing me, bro. Give my medic, nigga. Leave me alone, my nigga. Bro, fuck.
Bro, look at them. They're laughing at this shit, bro. They're laughing at this shit, bro. They laughing at this shit, bro.
I can't breathe. My heart, you pushing pressure. Bro, stop breathing. Bro, give my phone. Give my phone, bro. Hey.
I thought you was schizophrenic. I thought he was. Hey y'all, I thought he was. Yo, look how. Did I tell you these sane motherfuckers have these moments of clarity? Moments of clarity? Come on, man.
Bro, give my phone. Give my phone, bro.
But he back now. He back now, y'all. He back now. He was schizophrenic a minute ago, but he back now. Ain't that some shit?
Hey, chill out.
Don't touch me. Why is
Bro.
you touching me? Oh, you doing that?
Don't worry about it. Back up. Come on.
Why did you touch me, though? That's why
I wasn't here. I just put up. I wasn't here.
In the store?
No, I wasn't here. I wasn't here. I just put up.
Asked him who was his brother.
But why the fuck? Like, I'm not understanding. Like, why?
Shut up.
That's sick as a bitch.
Got the goddamn camera.
Let's say need a couple people in here to keep the store secured for the effective date. All right, who are you guys to the store? Customers?
Thank you. Arrest their ass. Arrest their ass. Book them down. I love it. Oh, best podcast on YouTube. Best podcast on YouTube. Don't tell me hit the like button. We need more likes, man. Let's get that algorithm going, man. Let's see how this all started. How did the melee start? Because it's hard to understand. It looks like the guy in the green shirt is trying to stop ICE agents from coming into a smoke shop and admitting. I'm speculating. I don't know. But for some reason, the police are having a difficult time with entering in the establishment. It seems the guy in the green shirt is prohibiting him. There's a young black man outside arguing with police. And then the whole melee just escalates. Let's watch again from the video. Let's see if we can extrapolate a little bit more of what actually happened here. Double tap, hit the like button. Perfect Timing Podcast. Like, share, and subscribe. When you subscribe, you're going to get a plus sign to join the channel. Hit the super chat to support the channel. Our Cash App, $ Big D Rents. I love you. This is Mega Monday on the Perfect Timing Podcast. We're unpacking ICE protests and ICE walkout at high schools, violence across multiple states, condoned and sanctioned by teachers and teachers unions. Let's get into it.
Whoa, get off me. The fuck is you touching me for? I'm behind two people that they touching. Bro, get off me.
I'm not doing nothing. That's you guys. I'm not doing nothing.
You see the
guys, you guys are gonna break my door.
You see I'm trying to get in? Somehow something is occurring where the police are needing to force their way in. Y'all tell me, is the guy in green trying to prohibit them? Does he believe he has a right to tell ICE they can't? I don't know. This is what escalated everything. For some reason, the police are having a hard time getting into this establishment, which is not going to end well for them.
Door, man. Okay.
Bro, get out of my way. Get out of the way.
What the fuck is going on?
Now, both of them touched and assault officers. You see this arm? Let's do it in slow-mo so you can see the assault. They don't have a right to touch officers. Let's see the assault. Watch the assault. There he is. That's the first time he touches an officer. He'll figure shirt. You see it? Keep watching. Keep watching. Got his cell phone. Backup is coming to help because he should not have to have interference when making an arrest. Green shirt should comply. Gray shirt should get the fuck out the way. Green shirt should comply. Gray shirt should get the fuck out the way. Instead, look at gray shirt trying to pull. This is what Becca Good did. When Renee Good, this is what Becca Good did. Got in the way and escalated the fucking issue, and that's how Renee Good lost her life. This would not be this bad if this motherfucker in the gray would get out of the way. Now he didn't put himself in between the agents. So now, here you go, homie. Now we got you, homie. Now we got you, homie. Did you see it? Did you see it? Yeah. You put yourself all the way in between. You shouldn't have been anywhere near there. Green guy should have complied. Gray guy should have got the fuck out of the way, right? Green guy should have complied. Gray guy should have got the, look at that right there. This is the gray guy trying to stop, which he should know is assault. There it is again. See this police? See the gray guy hand on the police officer? Whether you like it or not, whether you want to say, oh, he didn't touch him that hard, this is assault. That's a crime. You cannot do that. You cannot interfere in an arrest. Who the fuck are you to try to stop a police officer from doing his job? They must have been raised in the comic book. They must have been raised in the comic book. You cannot do this. That is assault. You can't even do this part. If a police officer is arresting green shirt, if a police officer is arresting green shirt and here is gray shirt trying to stop the arrest, argument over. Argument over. That's it. Argument over. They both go to jail. Come on, man. Look at this. In slow motion. In slow motion. You cannot do this. He is in the middle of an arrest. They are trying to arrest green guy, and he keeps pulling the green guy. All the way in the middle. Here you go to where you now are physically encountering, and that's when your ass is got. That's when your ass is got. Got him. That's when your ass is got.
Are you serious,
You need to
bro?
chill out.
Are you fucking serious, bro?
He turns into Superman.
Are you fucking serious, gang? Relax. Everything on camera, bro.
Just comply. How many of these situations, if they just will comply, going back to green shirt, that's how we got here. Gray shirt wouldn't even be fucking arrested if everybody would fucking comply.
Nigga, I'm a fucking doctor. I'm schizophrenic.
Call my doctor. I'm schizophrenic. Can't make this shit up.
Leave me alone, my nigga. My nigga, you killing me, bro. Give my medic, nigga. Leave me alone, my nigga. Bro, fuck.
Bro, look at them. They're laughing at this shit, bro. They're laughing at this shit, bro. They laughing at this shit, bro.
I can't breathe. My heart, you push the pressure. Bro, stop it. Bro, give my phone. Give my phone, bro. Hey, sit up.
Don't touch me. Why is
Bro.
you touching me? Oh, you doing that?
Don't worry about it. Back up. Come on.
Why did you touch
Back
me,
up.
though? That's why
I wasn't here. I just put up. I wasn't here. No, I wasn't here.
You've been here the whole time, and he had to take the phone because she tried to take the phone.
I wasn't.
Remember, he said, get the phone. The girl got the phone. The police officer took the phone from the girl. He didn't touch her. He took the phone.
Here. I just put up.
But why the fuck? Like, I'm not understanding. Like, why?
No one else is coming in.
That's sick as a bitch.
Unless I need a couple people in here to keep the store secured for the technician. Who are you guys to the store? Customers?
I'm related to the owners of the store.
No, we're not.
And I just put up. I didn't see nothing. I don't know what's going on.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Double tap hit the like button. Perfect Timing Podcast, man. Perfect Timing Podcast. Y'all see this shit, man? This is what's going on in the American streets, man. I'm reporting it. Student, this is the same person. She was calling for her mama. She oh shit. Double tap hit the like button. Oh, sucky now. Oh, sucky. Why didn't you ask this 17-year-old why she was in the face of officers making contact with officers during an arrest? You left that part out. Ooh, look at this shit that's happening in America. Who raised these kids? Who raised you? Double tap hit the like button. Put a 1 in the chat if you fuck with the content. Put a 1 in the chat if you fuck with the content. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Become a member. Hit the super chat. Hit the cash app. $ Big D Rants. Support the channel. Thank you guys. I love you. Let's keep going.
We're protesting. We have the right to protest. Fuck you!
He has pepper spray. Get back. They blocking traffic. They being violent against police officers.
We have the right to protest. We're protesting. We have the right to protest.
See that? Did you see that? Did you see that? She should have been arrested too. I'm gonna have to go back to my slow-mo. I'm gonna have to go back to the slow-mo. Police officers get assaulted left and right out here.
We're protesting.
That's why I just.
We have the right to protest.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Got him once again. Got him once again. some woman out there saved that little girl's life, because that police officer, that was a female officer that was not about to play with that little girl. They throwing stuff at the police. They effing up. This is dangerous. The police can take this as a threat. Remember, I played that from the Chicago police chief. The police can take any of these actions as a threat and respond with deadly force. Somebody asked earlier, should the adults be held responsible if anyone get? I say yes. I say yes, the adults should be held responsible if anyone gets hurt. I agree. Unbelievable, man. We talking about ICE protests, ICE walkout, ICE violence. The reason we're talking about this is because today we have video of teachers in Florida and teachers union backing the ICE violence and protests. Teachers in Florida and teachers backing the ICE protests by students.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
So this is what officers, and think about it. We still don't know who was behind these walkouts. I got an email. I had to call the principal of my school. Who was behind organizing the children, right? We know about the Soros organizations and the communists. Remember, I played to you the ICE protests where they had flyers recruiting for the Communist Party, recruiting for the Socialist Party. So we know who was behind that. But who was behind the organization of the children? So we can't play that. We ain't playing that music. So this is a police officer attempting to get the kids in line. And again, they are fighting the officers, attacking the officers, physically attacking the officers to where they got to arrest the student. We showed these students earlier, remember? We showed these students earlier. And that is the person that got arrested. So now we got the full video. Now we got the full video of how she ended up getting arrested. Police come over to break it up, get out the street. It's not legal for you to be in the street, blocking the street. And then she is trying to get her friend out the way and then assaults an officer. And then that's how she gets arrested. It ends up saying, call my mommy. But it starts off with these children being empowered by our schools, American schools, and American school teachers to be in the middle of the damn street to where police had to be called. And now here she is. Call my mommy. Call my mommy. Call my mommy. Y'all see the whole video. I don't know anybody else who got the whole video. That's the whole video. That's the whole video right there. Can't play it without the sound because some dickhead added the sound and you get copywritten. So ICE agent, if you actually cared, you probably care about the child that got and also the person who got the person we're looking for, but see, you don't care. Left this, I don't care. Let's take a listen, look at this video right here. Just going over more ICE violence and ICE protests.
This isn't where I live. That's fine. This isn't where I live. No.
because I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
If my parents paid all my bills?
We just want to make sure you got home.
This isn't where I live.
It's okay, Olivia. We appreciate it.
You can go talk to them.
Well,
this isn't where I live.
So if this is not where your vehicle's registered, you might want to look that up with their state.
It is, buddy. My address is correct on my ID and where my car is registered. Okay. Good try, though.
All right. Thanks, Olivia.
Do you feel strong or what?
We're good. Have a great day, okay?
I'll keep following you, okay?
Oh, no, she doesn't care. It's right. No, come on. She doesn't care? She doesn't care. They never do.
How's it feel to be a race traitor?
He's surprised. He don't even know what to say. He's a white woman saying to a white man, how does it feel to be He don't even know what to say. He's confused. Like, what? Wait a minute.
I'll keep following you, okay?
Oh, no, she doesn't care. It's right. No, come on. She doesn't care? She doesn't care. They never do.
They never do.
How's it feel to be a race traitor?
You know, we were trying to get a child molester, right?
No, you weren't.
Yes, we were.
How would you know?
Because it was a woman you talked to.
His wife.
And then his plate came back as
Also,
murder.
I just want to say, calling someone a race traitor.
But you guys don't care.
I hope you realize that is the most racist thing you can say as a white woman.
Of course,
And
it is.
Thank you, brother. That is the most racist thing you can say as a white woman. I love you, ICE. I love you, Trump. W chat. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Oh, God.
You know, we were trying to get a child molester, right?
No, you weren't.
Yes, we were.
How would you know?
Because it was a woman you talked to.
His wife.
And then his plate came back as
Also,
murder.
I just want to say, calling someone a race traitor.
But you guys don't care.
I hope you realize that is the most racist thing you can say as a white woman.
Of course,
And
it
just
is.
so you know, this isn't a good look for you.
I love it because he's so right. He's so right. God, I love it.
They never do.
Oh, man. This shit. It's not a good
How's it feel to be a race traitor?
You know, we were trying to get a child molester, right?
No, you weren't.
Yes, we were.
How would you know?
Because it was a woman you talked to.
His wife.
And then
how would you know? This is what the liberals, this is what we talk about every day. It's okay to call Pam Bondi and Tulsi Gabbard all type of sexist names because they're not Democrat. It's okay to call black ICE agents the N-word because they're not Democrat. It's okay to call Latino ICE agents race traitors because they're not Democrat. This is the logic of the Democrats. They are trying to arrest a bad man. And you don't care, you don't know, and you have this fake sensibility of righteousness. A race traitor, bitch.
his plate came back as murder.
I just want to say, calling someone a race traitor.
But you guys don't care.
I hope you realize that is the most racist thing you can say as a white woman.
Of course,
And
it
just
is.
so you know, this isn't a good look for you.
Put in the chat if you agree with this ICE agent that this is not a good look. This is not a good look for you. Tell if you agree.
You think I care about my look?
No, no, trust me.
When you guys
it
are-
is evident by how you look, you don't care. We get that. Trust me. No, that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying this, trying to be a social warrior. If you actually cared, you probably would care about the child who got raped and also the person who got murdered by the person that we were looking for. But see, you don't care.
Ding, 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 ding. You can help us, lady. This is what we've been saying. I have video after video after women after mother coming to the agreement, coming to the conclusion that Democrats do not give a fuck about the victims. How many videos have I played? Black, white, Latino mothers saying, you know what? I've been thinking about this issue and it's coming to me that the Democrats don't give a fuck about women, don't give a fuck about children. How many mothers, how many videos have I played where they keep every day? This is why the Republicans, every day, this is why the Democrats is gonna lose. Every day I play videos of mothers coming to the conclusion they don't seem to give a fuck about the victims. they don't seem to give a fuck about the victims. Example, Exhibit A. Exhibit A.
Care. We get that. Trust me. No, that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying this, trying to be a social warrior. If you actually cared, you probably would care about the child who got raped and also the person who got murdered by the person that we were looking for. But see, you don't care.
No, I don't care because you guys try.
Thank you.
Just try to detain legal immigrants. None of you actually give a shit.
Really?
If you were here to get illegal, violent immigrants off the street, that would be fine. That's not what you're doing.
It's not. No, hold on. It's okay. She
You
said
need to
that's
back
not.
up.
It's not.
It's not what you're
If you-
doing.
just so you know, if you were to spray that, you would be arrested.
That's fine.
Okay.
Don't come close to
Well,
me.
we're gonna tell you this. Stop following us.
No, it's not illegal.
So you don't want us to come close to you, but you keep riding our tail.
I have given you plenty of distance the entire time.
Okay, just so you know, if you do impede, I want you to hear this.
Me following you is not impeding.
if
I'm
you-
well aware of my rights,
If
buddy.
you impede, you will be arrested.
I have not
I'm just
impeded.
letting you know.
What are you looking for, you fucking weirdo?
She put that on OC. That's right. Yeah, she did. She put, but
What are you looking for, you fucking weirdo?
Man, she's so lucky. Put a 1 in the chat if you think she should have been arrested. Put a 1 in the chat if you think she should have. This is an example of how tolerant ICE agents have been dealing with just irrational idiots.
This isn't where I live.
Completely irrational idiots. Right? Good job, man. Good job. Let's tee up. What's this one? This is what happens when leftist ideology and rhetoric get normalized. People start acting out. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. We showing the ICE violence. We showing it. Thank you, Democrats.
Protest outside of Aurora City Hall turned chaotic quick when a man pulled out a Trump flag and allegedly egged students on. Dozens of students chased the man. He was hit and kicked multiple times with rocks, water bottles, and shoes.
Adults are there watching the entire thing. These are children. These are adults from the school. One lone citizen. My chat said it earlier. Hey, perfect. If someone from the opposite side of the aisle, if a Republican wants to express their constitutional right, their First Amendment right, and have a Trump flag, perfect. Will they be allowed? Perfect. Will they? No. Violence. Rocks. Rocks. Violence. No, you can't be Republican anymore. We're going to beat you. That's what they're teaching the children. Democrat is cool. Republican is lame. You can bully and be violent. And look at all the adults allowing the violence.
Were thrown at him. After several minutes, volunteers, including an East Aurora High School dad who doesn't support Trump, helped the man escape into Fifth Third Bank.
This is what the left's messaging is leading students to do. This is how it's leading them to act. You'll notice you don't see mass amounts of Democrats coming out and condemning this behavior. But this is kind of typical of the left. It's okay for them to do things, but it's not okay for you to do things. For example,
It's okay when you do it, but when I do it, fuck, come on, ladies and gentlemen. It's okay for you to do it, but when I do it, it's a problem. Double tap hit the like button. Let's get these facts.
for them to have a protest. But you can't counter protest their protest. Otherwise, it's justified for them to throw rocks at you and attack you. But they can counter protest any protest you have, and that's just the First Amendment. Most of the left's arguments are extremely emotional. So they have people that react very emotionally. And in many cases, this leads to them believing the ends justify the means. Because that's pretty much undeniable at this point. In modern US history, as of recent, the left is far more politically violent than the right. We can debate about stuff in the past, but I'm just talking about over the past 15 years, especially the last 5. The left has a problem with political violence. And rather than admit that and work on it, they continue to deny it and actually perpetuate a permission structure for violence against people who don't believe the same things they do. Throwing rocks at someone for counter-protesting your protest is kind of crazy and dangerous. But if you think about it, the left's ideology, the way they like to do things, this is how it's leading young Americans, or not, young people in our country to act.
Right.
That alone, in my opinion, should make people question, do we really want these people having power?
Right.
But again, I think this is all downstream from Democrats just trying to protect their political power. A lot of these students, a lot of these virtuous people are useful idiots for Democrats playing a different game that these people are probably unaware of.
Woo! Woo! We got to hear that again because that's what we've been saying today, ladies and gentlemen. It's not just the black guy with the tight eyes. Listen again. Useful idiots. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, whoa, that MAGA!
It's all downstream from Democrats just trying to protect their political power. A lot of these students, a lot of these virtuous people are useful idiots for Democrats playing a different game that these people are probably unaware of.
How many times have we said it? How many times have we said that's so powerful? I love that I'm not the only one. I love I'm not the only one that can see through this BS. They should be learning so they can be intelligent and have intelligent commentary when it comes to politics. They should finish their education, especially their remedial education. Especially their remedial education. They're not even in college yet, where they really get to have to write papers and explain to a professor and show proficiency and understanding for these things. In high school, they don't do that. They haven't even got to college where they've had to be challenged on their ideas. In college, you're forced to debate and you're forced to learn both sides of the argument, and then the professor will challenge you on your beliefs to help grow you. They haven't even got that chance. Don't you think they deserve that chance, ladies and gentlemen, before people put them outside and protest and tell them Democrats good, Republican bad?
But again, the Democrats mask it in morality and just caring about immigrants when they want to incentivize those people to their areas to help Democrats politically.
That's the facts. Woo, he cooking. I know what he's doing right now. He's cooking.
Again, I'm talking about the House of Representatives and the Electoral College. The census counts all people, not citizens. Do not forget that. Also, here's my email newsletter. My next goal is
double tap, hit the like button. Good job, brother. Good job, bro Ham. He must be a fan of the show. He must be a fan of the show. Double tap for some more. Double tap for some more. Yeah, I just watched that. That was good, bro. We just watched that. That was good. And we watched that when that was fucked up the way they attacked him, man. That was fucked up, man. Yeah, that was not a good look for her, y'all. That was not a good look for her in the least bit, man. That was not a good look. That was not a good look. Let's keep it going, rocking and rolling. Chuck Schumer, Senate Democrats, 3 days into a partial shutdown. TSA agents going hungry. Air traffic controllers, once again, 43 days ago, they lost pay for 43 days. Chuck Schumer, Senate Democrats, back at the bullshit.
About 83% of the American people, including majority Democrats, support voter ID laws.
Well, yeah, the voter ID.
How old is Chuck Schumer, ladies and gentlemen? How old is Chuck Schumer? 75 years old. Just before we get started with this, man, because y'all like Chuck Schumer, he has a delay. 75, Pawpaw. Come on, Pawpaw. Come on, Pawpaw.
About 83% of the American people, including majority Democrats, support voter ID laws.
Well, yeah, the voter ID laws that first, each state can have its own voter ID laws, and some do and some don't. But secondly, what they are proposing in this so-called SAVE Act is like Jim Crow 2.0. They make it so hard to get.
This is why you can't have these 75-year-olds in office, man. Joe Biden talking about the Cold War. We got flying cars, Joe Biden. We got aliens. We got all type of shit. And Joe Biden and these old, they want to bring us back to the Cold War is civil rights. It's 2026, Chuck Schumer. I have respect for you. I'm a black conservative. It is no longer necessary for you to keep invoking Jim Crow era bullshit for your political gain. It is selfish and insulting, brother.
Any kind of voter ID that more than 20 million legitimate people, mainly poorer people and people of color, will not be able to vote under this law. We will not let it pass in the Senate. We are fighting it tooth and nail. It's an outrageous proposal that is, that shows the sort of political bias of the MAGA right. They don't want poor people to vote. They don't want people of color.
It's like he ignored. Do y'all hear it? It's like every time, this is why the Democrats lost. This is what Bill Maher talks about. This is why the Democrats lose and continue to lose. Because listen to the question. This is what happened with transgender, changing kids' sexuality, all these things. But like transgender, Target, all of this shit, tampons in the boy, women and boys in the boy, all of this shit. They didn't listen to 80% of Americans that said, you're going too far. You're going too far. I'm not homophobic. You're going too fucking far. Here it is. He frames the question again, Democrats. So maybe you could get one fucking vote. 80% of the people want this. And here he goes with this fucking antiquated 19th century bullshit. He doesn't answer the question and speak to what 80% of the electorate want. Instead, he wants to shove baby boomer bullshit down our throat. You fucking 80-year-old piece of shit. It's not the 19th century anymore. Let that shit go. He said 80% of the people, you are a representative of the people. Do your fucking job. Do your fucking job. Is sick.
About 83% of the American people, including majority Democrats, support voter ID laws.
Well, yeah, the voter ID laws that first, each state can have its own voter ID laws, and some do and some don't. But secondly, what they are proposing in this so-called SAVE Act is like Jim Crow 2.0.
Fuck is sad, bro. He said 80%, including Democrats, showed the graph, and he doesn't even answer the fucking question. Here go the graph, Chuck Schumer. In case you don't know, Paw, maybe Paw hearing aid need to be turned up. We need to turn up Paw hearing aid. He asked you, he said 80% of the people are for this, Paw. What? And then you go into Jim Crow in 2026, Paw? How in the fuck can this affect me in 2026, Paw? How in the fuck can they do Jim Crow now, Paw? How?
First, each state can have its own voter ID laws, and some do and some don't. But secondly, what they are proposing in this so-called SAVE Act is like Jim Crow 2.0. They make it so hard to get any kind of voter ID that more than 20 million legitimate people, mainly poorer people and people of color, will not be able to vote under this law. We will not let it pass in the Senate. We are fighting it tooth and nail. It's an outrageous proposal that is, that shows the sort of political bias of the MAGA right. They don't want.
He just started the question with 80%. Okay, so Chuck Schumer, you don't like the SAVE Act? Speak to 80% of the people agreeing with voter ID, and Democrats come up with your own policy. Because what I've argued is why the Democrats will lose and continue to lose is the only policy they have is anti-policy. They have no fucking policy. So Chuck Schumer, if 80% of the people want to do your fucking job and legislate to what the fuck they want, or hey, holy fucking shit, I have a great fucking idea, Chuck Schumer. How about you do politics? You're a fucking politician for 40, 50 years. How about you hold committee? How about you hold committee? How about you get constituency? Right? Because that's what politicians do. How about when you guys are debating the SAVE Act, you go in there and you make changes. You negotiate with your partners across the aisle. You do give and take. If you give me this on the SAVE Act, I'll give you this on this legislation. And you work together for the best of the people because the people want 80%. 80% of the people agree with voter ID. So if the SAVE Act is not perfect, and nothing is perfect, I'm perfect. Double tap at the like button. Do you know what politicians do? They don't shut down the government, and it's sick and sad. But I know people don't know this shit because I just played to you students running around acting fucking crazy because they don't understand the politics and the proper procedure. You know what you're supposed to do, Chuck Schumer, not shut down the fucking government, but hold committee, get constituency, and make changes to the SAVE Act. That's what you're supposed to do. Negotiate in committee the things that you argue are not beneficial because 80% of the people want voter ID. Then you can come back and say, we have a partisan bill where Democrats and Republicans have worked together to give the American people what 80% of the American people, what they want. Can we have that? Can we have that? Can we have that? Can we have that? That's what I'm arguing. Can we have that? Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button. How's everybody doing today? Hey, we are having a fire podcast today. We are having a fire show. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. I want you guys to be entertained. I'm going to keep entertaining you. Hit that like button. Share it with a like-minded person. Hit the subscribe. When you subscribe, you're going to get a plus sign. Hit the plus sign. Become a member. You can become a member of the channel for less than 10 cents a day. I always say you can support the channel or you can feed a starving Somalian. Remember the old commercials where they say you can feed a starving African for less than 10 cents a day? Well, now you can feed a starving black man for less than 10 cents a day. And you can see my big welfare green bell pepper nose and see I'm not missing no meals. Donate to the channel. Super chat, $ Big D Ranch. Let's keep going.
A Democratic congressman just went on British television and said that the Epstein files could bring down the British monarchy. Listen to what Ro Kahana told Sky News.
I think this is the most vulnerable the British monarchy has ever been. They ought to ask the king and queen questions, and maybe this will be the end of the monarchy.
The end of the monarchy? Now everyone is debating what this means for King Charles. But here's what they're missing. What's actually bringing down King Charles and what's bringing down the Democrats is the very same thing, their fanatical commitment to the green agenda. Because this week, Donald Trump drove a stake through the heart of that agenda, launching the largest deregulation in American history. But the Democrats don't want you to see any of that. They want you to believe that a billionaire class of oligarchs has captured the Trump presidency. That's their midterm strategy. Drown out the factories being built, the jobs being created, the green straitjacket being ripped off the American economy.
Whoa, that MAGA! Whoa, that MAGA! MAGA Monday. Don't focus on the factories. Don't focus on the jobs. Don't focus on the Dow. Don't focus on the GDP. Don't focus on inflation. Now think about this. All of these rich white people over the weekend wanted you to be mad at Pam Bondi because Pam Bondi refused to take responsibility for rich white men's freaky proclivities. Pam Bondi instead wanted you guys to focus on all of the Trump victories that this woman is going to list. And people want to make fun of Pam Bondi for calling out the Dow instead of apologizing to victims as a white woman. You know what I said? Remember I played a video today, the irony of the Democrats who don't want people to show IDs, but they want ICE agents to show IDs. The irony here is just as thick and as rich.
Drove a stake through the heart of that agenda, launching the largest deregulation in American history. But the Democrats don't want you to see any of that. They want you to believe that a billionaire class of oligarchs has captured the Trump presidency. That's their midterm strategy. Drown out the factories being built, the jobs being created, the green straitjacket being ripped off the American economy.
Champion of coal, $1 trillion in investments back into coal. I told you that Trump met with Mr. Toyota. I showed you the brand new prime minister of Japan. I showed you the $1 trillion investments from Japan. I showed you how trade and tariffs have helped. Don't worry. Tomorrow, Terrific Tuesday is coming. You're going to get more of these MAGA victories, baby.
Drown all of it in scandal and class warfare. It's the same playbook the British Empire ran during the French Revolution to destroy a Republican movement from within. I'm Barbara Boyd. My colleagues and I at Promethean Action have tracked these imperial operations for decades. Today, I'm breaking down three things. How Ro Kahana and the Democrats are deploying the oligarch narrative as a midterm weapon. How Trump's kill shot to the green agenda is the real revolution. And why their playbook is a 200-year-old British operation that won then, but will fail now.
Hit the like button, double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical domestic debate, giving out this information, man. Hit the like button, share it with a like-minded person. Let's get into the information. Y'all ready to get some education? I bring you the education, man. I bring you the receipts. I bring you the experts. I bring you the #1 videos on YouTube. Let's get into it, everybody. Let's do some learning, man. Get your notebooks out because I'm going to have questions throughout the presentation. Let's go, MAGA.
So let's start with what the Democrats are actually doing. Over the past few weeks, Ro Khanna has become the face of the Epstein file releases. Khanna just didn't talk about Epstein. He coined a term, the Epstein class, and then he aimed it.
This is bringing down the British government. It may bring down the British monarchy. It's bringing down countries and the elites across the country. What are we doing here in the United States to stand up to the Epstein class? I mean, we've got a commerce secretary who's all over the Epstein files. Where's the outrage? Where's the outrage at the billionaires in Silicon Valley, in finance, in Hollywood? They're going to Epstein's Island. We need moral accountability in the United States, just like they're having in so many other countries around the world.
Did you catch that pivot? He goes from King Charles to Howard Lutnick in one breath. The Commerce Secretary, the man Donald Trump has tasked with executing the tariff strategy that is rebuilding American manufacturing. Khanna isn't calling for justice for Epstein's victims. He's building a political weapon, and it's aimed directly.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? This is so brilliant. Right on. She said he's not calling about the victims. He's building a political weapon.
At the people around Trump.
Let's listen to that again.
The Epstein class. And then he aimed it.
This is bringing down the British government. It may bring down the British monarchy. It's bringing down countries and the elites across the country. What are we doing here in the United States to stand up to the Epstein class? I mean, we've got a commerce secretary who's all over the Epstein files. Where's the outrage? Where's the outrage at the billionaires in Silicon Valley, in finance, in Hollywood? They're going to Epstein's Island. We need moral accountability in the United States, just like they're having in so many other countries around the world.
Did you catch that pivot? He goes from King Charles to Howard Lutnick in one breath. The Commerce Secretary, the man Donald Trump has tasked with executing the tariff strategy that is rebuilding American manufacturing. Khanna isn't calling for justice for Epstein's victims. He's building a political weapon, and it's aimed directly at the people around Trump who are dismantling the globalist economic system. He isn't freelancing. This is the Democratic Party's chosen strategy for the 2026 midterms. The New York Times reported in January that the Democrats have unified around a single theme, that America has become an oligarchy run by billionaires who have captured the Trump White House.
But everything that has happened contradicts that. That's why she started off with the Dow of 50,000. If you have a 401k, you're benefiting. The GDP that's growing, you're benefiting. If you have money in the bank, if you have a house, the inflation down 2.7. So the oligarchy is not winning if they say it's an oligarchy. Everything that Trump has done with the trade and tariffs is benefiting everyday Americans in kitchen table politics. What about your gas? Put in the chat right now your state and how much you're paying for gas compared to the Biden administration. Let's keep going.
Think about what they're saying. The billionaires cooperating with Trump to rebuild the American economy, the industrialists, the builders, the people putting shovels in the ground, those are the villains, not the financial parasites who gutted our manufacturing for 50 years, not the Wall Street speculators who turned American families into permanent renters, the people actually building things. They're the enemies now. Now, why this matters is bigger than the midterms. The Democrats are doing something very specific. If they can make you distrust every billionaire and industrialist working with Trump, they can isolate the president from the very people he needs to rebuild the country. And here's the irony they're hoping you won't notice. Ro Khanna represents Silicon Valley. He has spent his entire career surrounded by that billionaire class. But now suddenly when those billionaires are working with a president who is rebuilding American industry instead of shipping it overseas, now they're a threat to democracy. So if you're beginning to see that the political battles are being shown by the media aren't the real fight, that the real fight is between those who want to rebuild this country and those who want to keep looting it, then you need to subscribe to Promethean Action's free newsletter. We won't cover the play-by-play. We show you the strategy behind it from the standpoint of the centuries-long battle between empire and sovereign nations.
Sound like me? Sound like me? Let's keep going.
To stop the factory from being built. Every mandate that drove up your electricity costs. It all traced back to this one finding. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin called this repeal the largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States. A Democratic
I reported on that. Hold on. I reported on that.
21st century. In 2000, standpoint of the centuries-long battle between empire and sovereign nation states. Head on over to the Promethean Action website and subscribe. Now, here's what the Democrats are really desperate to bury.
This is the green agenda. The green agenda when Trump just shut down Barack Obama EPA and now told the United States Armed Forces to now buy clean coal to support our data centers up to $1 trillion. Up to $1 trillion. Let's get into it.
Donald Trump.
And don't forget that when Donald Trump came back into office, he got us out of the Paris Climate Accords. Do y'all recall when Biden came in? Trump took us out of the Paris Climate Accords in his first thing. Then Biden put us back in the Paris Climate Accords. This is all about EPA regulations. If you don't know about the Paris Climate Accords, it put American companies at a disadvantages because everybody else was still cheated. But now MAGA knew the climate. The goal of the Paris Climate Accords was never about the EPA and about regulations. It was about crippling America's growth. Now we see NATO. NATO never wanted America to have the position that they have now, be making money, pay down its debt. NATO wanted America to be subservient to Russia and China. Trump has come into office and said America is not going to be subservient to NATO, Russia, or China. We're the #1 in the world. And now they're calling us isolationists. Let's keep going with the facts.
Just launched the single most devastating blow to the globalist economic system in modern history. And it happened this week. The EPA announced that it is finalizing the repeal of the Obama-era endangerment finding. If you don't know what that is, you should, because this single bureaucratic ruling has been the most destructive policy imposed on the American economy in the 21st century. In 2009, the Obama administration declared that 6 greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide, endanger human health and welfare. That's it, that one finding. And from that single determination flowed trillions of dollars in regulations. Every rule that forced automakers to build electric vehicles, which no one wanted.
And the auto start, who has a brand new car with that auto start stop feature? Trump's regulation is going to lead to that no longer being a law and mandated trillions of dollars, just like with Obamacare. Now think about it, trillions of dollars to medical insurance via the mandate in Obamacare. You didn't get free health care, you didn't get single payer, but the medical insurance companies got trillions. More trillions from the green EPA. That's why Trump said it's all been a hustle. It was creating a $1 trillion market. And Americans lost.
Every regulation has stopped the factory from being built. Every mandate that drove up your electricity costs. It all traced back to this one finding. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin called this repeal the largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States, and he isn't exaggerating. Let me show you what this means in the real world, because it isn't abstract. Look at what just aired on Fox Business this week. Marie Bartiromo interviewed the executives behind a brand new state-of-the-art strategic mineral processing facility in Idaho, a hydromet plant built by U.S. Antinemy Corporation. This project came together in 1 year. 1 year. Previously, under the green regulatory regime, a project like that would never have happened.
To bolster her argument, in case anyone disagrees, I live in California. We have gang violence in California skyrocketing, mass murders and shootings. You know what helped that gang violence? Jobs. You know what happened in California? Elon Musk and Tesla, what was a California-based company, started in California. I had nephews who worked at Tesla, had to leave California because of EPA regulations. He could not build his brand new factory in California. So we lost jobs, a lot of high-tech, high-paying, upward mobility jobs. And now we got mass shootings and gang violence. But Gavin Newsom said you can steal $1,000, but there are no more Tesla jobs. There are no more oil refineries. I know a lot of people who lived in Richmond, California, in Northern California, who had nice houses in the suburbs of Oakland and Richmond, who worked at the oil refineries because they paid good money. Now the oil refineries are gone. Gas taxes have skyrocketed. Just to bolster her argument, Tesla left California because of EPA regulations, and Californians have suffered. The refineries have left California for EPA, and Californians have suffered. Just to bolster her argument.
Permitting alone would have taken longer than the construction.
United States Antimony Corporation partnering with America's Gold and Silver Corporation on a massive joint venture to construct a state-of-the-art hydrometallurgical processing facility in Idaho to boost production and control over 3 key critical minerals for the United States: copper, silver, and antimony.
Think about what you just heard. Strategic minerals, the materials essential to everything from defense systems to advanced manufacturing, are being processed on American soil in a facility that went from concept to reality in 12 months. That is the American system in action. And it's not just Idaho. Across this country, new factories are breaking ground. Young people are flooding into vocational training programs.
Across 5 states, Toyota is investing in brand new factories. I've reported that. Trillions of dollars.
The productive spirit of the American people, which was suffocated for decades under the green agenda, is roaring back to life.
Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. Soaring back to life. Make America great again. Soaring back to life. That was crippled under the Obama Green New Deal and Biden Green New Deal. Now the truth comes out.
The Democrats don't have an economic alternative. All they have is the mob. All they have is scandal and chaos and class warfare.
Woo! Come on, MAGA! Come on, MAGA!
Not just Idaho. Across this country, new factories are breaking ground. Young people are flooding into vocational training programs. The productive spirit of the American people, which was suffocated for decades under the green agenda, is roaring back to life.
Thank you, Trump.
The Democrats don't have an economic alternative.
No.
All they have is the mob. All they have is scandal and chaos and class warfare. And if you want to understand where that playbook comes from, you have to go back to the original, the French Revolution. Now, after I watched the media this week, I couldn't stop thinking about the French Revolution, because what we're watching right now is not new. It's a 200-year-old British operation. And the man who wrote the playbook has a name, Jeremy Bentham.
Now, didn't my chat, didn't my chat say this is a revolution? Didn't my chat say these are not protests? Didn't I say that these are not protests? These are political rallies. They're recruiting people for the Communist and Socialist Party. Now she's about to break it down. My chat said these are not protests. This is a revolution. I showed you pamphlets. I said, do you remember in Germany when they had pamphlets? I said, we've seen this before. Let's get into it, you guys.
Revolution wasn't about people rising up against a corrupt monarchy. That's the storybook version. It was a British intelligence operation run out of London, designed to prevent France from adopting the principles of the American Revolution, which had just happened. If France had adopted the American system, sovereign credit, industrial development, a productive economy serving the general welfare, Britain's imperial model of financial control and managed backwardness would have been finished. So they destroyed France from within. And the man who designed the method was Jeremy Bentham. Most Americans have never heard of this man, but understanding him will help you understand the present. Bentham wrote a direct rebuttal to our Declaration of Independence. He declared that human creativity is impossible, that knowable truth is impossible, that we are nothing but prisoners of our senses, animals responding to pleasure and pain and nothing more. Think about what he's saying. The Declaration of Independence says that human beings are endowed by their creator with unalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that we can know the truth, that we can create, that we can govern ourselves. Bentham looked at all of that and said, nonsense. You are cattle, and cattle need to be managed. And from that philosophy, he designed a political system. He called for an absolute dictatorship run not by a king or parliament, but by what he called a public opinion tribunal. Bentham's public opinion tribunal had absolute authority. It ruled, obviously, through the manipulation of public opinion. Bentham laid out a precise mechanism. You control the press. You manufacture outrage on demand. You direct popular rage not at the empire pulling the strings, but at whatever target serves the empire's interests. You mobilize mobs, and anyone who resists, anyone who tries to build, to produce, to lead, is dragged before the court of public opinion and destroyed.
Cancel. Cancel culture started in the French Revolution. Double tap, hit the like button. How much do you love me? How much do you love me? All of my MAGA brothers and sisters, how much do you love me? I want to know, how much do you love me? I don't feel the love because I don't have any super chats. I don't have any cash apps. I need you to hit more likes. I don't feel the love. We're getting into it because I know there's some fathers. I know there's some mothers from the conservative genre who had to deal with this. So how much do you love me? How much do you love me? Show me you love me. Show me you love me right now. Double tap, hit the like button, send me a cash app, send me a super chat, hit the plus sign, become a member, and watch and subscribe every day and donate and support every day. How much do you love me?
That was the method that turned the French Revolution from a movement for human freedom into the Reign of Terror. It was funded and directed from London. And their targets weren't the empire. Their targets were the people trying to build France into a sovereign, productive nation. Now, look at what the Democrats are doing right now and tell me it's not the same operation.
Come on.
And just like the French Revolution, the target isn't corruption. The target is the productive forces cooperating with a sovereign leader to rebuild this country. But here's the real difference. The French didn't know what hit them. We do. And this time the Republic has a president who isn't playing by their rule. So let's step back and see what's happening. The British monarchy is crumbling, not under the weight of the Epstein files, but because of the failure of the Green Agenda. That agenda, the economic control system that strangled productive nations for half a century, just received a death blow from this administration. And the Democrats have nothing left but a 200-year-old British playbook of manufactured outrage, mob violence, and public opinion tribunals aimed at the very people rebuilding the country. For the first time in 80 years, a president is using every lever of power to break the financial parasites and unleash the productive power of the American people. New factories, new processing plants, productive jobs, affordable energy.
Well, she says first time in 80 years, you know what she's referring to? Tariffs, tariffs. When she says the first time in, what did it say? Andrew Jackson was the last president to use tariffs in the same way Trump is using tariffs and pay down the deficit. So when she says 80 years, she's referring to Trump's use of tariffs and trade. Double tap at the like button.
That's what's actually happening while they scream about oligarchs. The French didn't survive Bentham's operation. Their revolution was hijacked and the republic was destroyed from within. But we have something the French didn't have. We know who the enemy is. We refuse to play by their playbook. We have a president who does the same. Now Promethean Action is building a movement to defeat the republic's enemies by understanding and backing President Trump's strategic and economic revolution. If you want to be part of that fight, join us at Promethean Action as a supporting member or a contributor. We're at a historic branching point. The empire is throwing everything it has at Trump's presidency, and they will fail if enough of you understand what's really happening.
They will fail if enough of you understand what's really happening. And you know how you do that? Hit the like button, motherfucker! Hit the like button, double tap, hit the like button, show your support, baby. Show your support. Purpose of a podcast with the blast, in and out with the dash. We getting it done. Trump knows, Trump knows, Trump knows. So I worked really hard on this right here. I was doing a lot of research, today took a couple turns, but I'm not in no rush. My wife went to my wife is at her mother-in-law's house, and I'm hungry. The only thing I would say is I'm hungry, but I'm doing good right now, so I'm not in no rush, and I got a lot of things I want to talk to you about, and one of those things was my boy Rubio at the Munich Security Council. The reason I wanted to go into this is because today I created two tables. I created a table because I heard Chuck Schumer and I heard about the shutdown. It pissed me off, man, because I know Chuck Schumer, Jasmine Crockett, they still getting paid. Ilhan Omar, $30 million richer. Nancy Pelosi, $400 million richer. All these motherfuckers have been enriched from being in the Congress, in the Senate, but they don't feel no pain about making everyday Americans who are not fucking multimillionaires go without pay. I hate that shit. That shit is so fucking disgusting. So I did a graph on what Chuck Schumer was asking for as he makes those people go without pay. And my graph was like, the reason I did the graph, I was pissed off because I heard Chuck Schumer say, we want ICE to wear masks. We want ICE to not do the raids. We want ICE to not racially profile. The problem is, Chuck Schumer, is that we already went to court for these things. And we have a political system. We have a democratic system. That's why I love playing that last video. That we already went to court over the ICE mask. We already went to court over the ICE raid. We already went to court over the ethnic profiling. And every single time the courts have ruled on the side of the federal government and gave permission to ICE agents to go ahead and wear masks, to go ahead and use the tactics that they currently use, i.e. raids and the deportation orders. And let me read it for you again. Fifth Circuit Appeals Court backs mass detention policy. It's not a new policy. Like I said, Tom Homan worked for Barack Obama. Barack Obama deported more people, had more deaths. I just need you to know the facts on the ground and what Chuck Schumer is asking for. In court, when Chuck Schumer comes on, ICE has to be reined in. ICE has to do what I say. ICE, well, motherfucker, we went to court. There's a process in America. There's democracy in America. There's rules and regulations. And if we don't uphold the adjudications in court, then we don't have a fucking American system no more. If a judge makes a ruling and the Democrats say fuck that and go around it and do whatever the fuck they want, then it's not America anymore, y'all. Did y'all hear what that woman was saying and teaching? If we have a judge adjudication, and then the Democrats say, well, fuck what that judge said. I'm going to shut down the government. I'm going to go on all the Sunday talk shows, and I'm going to tell the American people all these lies about ICE, as if ICE is brand new agency, or as if Tom Homan has brand new to the job. Tom Homan got awarded by Obama. Tom Homan had an office in Minnesota. But you listen to the Democrats and you think all this shit is new and Trump is doing something different and evil, especially to piss you off. Trump is doing all of this, especially because he's racist and to piss you off. But none of this shit is new. And none of it is illegal. And even recently, Trump has permission from the courts. I just read it to you. The court said they support mass detention. You can't make this up. And no bond. What did Chuck Schumer say? Chuck Schumer said we want a warrant from a judge, like the judge me and you say. But the court said no bond. Like I can't make this up. I need you to understand what Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats, they shut down the government for no reason again. They shut down the government for no reason again. They are lying to you. They shut down the government for no reason again. These things have already been adjudicated. They've already been adjudicated. They've already been decided by a judicial body. The Democrats are saying, fuck that. I just read it to you. The judge said no bond for most deportees, even non-criminals. So even when they deport someone who's not a criminal and they do it the way they've been doing their ICE tactics, it's perfectly legal, sanctioned by the court. Federal judge in Minnesota bid to end ICE surge. Eighth Circuit lifts restrictions on ICE tactics versus agitators and protesters. Huh? ICE agents freed up. Surge continues strong. Dems in panic over enforcement momentum. This is the facts on the ground. So when Chuck Schumer is saying he wants ICE to have new tactics, unfortunately, Chuck Schumer, yeah, Jim Crow, we already have a ruling. We already have a ruling. So the other table I had was, I had another table. Kamala Harris, Munich versus Mark Rubio, Munich. On my channel, I've talked a lot about how we ended up in the Ukraine. I talked a lot about, because I don't think people know about how we ended up in the Ukraine. I talked about Kamala Harris, border czar. Is she black? I don't know if she's black. It's okay if she's black. I just didn't know if she was black. But is she the border czar? Kamala Harris, border czar, and supposed to be in charge of the Mexican-American border, had her ass in the Munich Security Council in 2022, starting fucking global World War fucking III. How many people fucking knew that about Kamala? Putin had one ask. Ukraine could never be part of NATO. Ukraine could never be part of NATO. That was Putin's one ask. What did Kamala Harris and Joe Biden do? Kamala Harris found herself not at the Mexican-American border, but at the Ukraine-Russia border, stoking the flames of World War III. In 2022, she pushed in the Munich Security Council speech that NATO and Ukraine had a right and a desire to join NATO aggressively, despite knowing that Putin had one ask. Putin had one ask. Russia red lines ignored and downplayed. Overall tone idealistic and provocative and globalist. Outcome impact contributed to war escalation. Kamala Harris, Munich 22 speech contributed to war escalation. You can't make this shit up. But a lot of you, it never came up. Kamala never had to answer real questions. Everything was softball, bro. Everything was softball. Kamala never had to answer real questions about her tenure as vice president and the things that she did or did not do as border czar, not only in the Mexican-American border, but I guess she was border czar for the Russian-Ukraine border also. Mark Rubio had a speech recently, and it shows a clear contrast of leadership and goals in America. It is so important and beautiful and special. I am playing the Mark Rubio after we played the clip from that woman, I think that was AI, and how she broke down the lack of strategy of the Democratic Party and the contrast between the Democrats and how they're using a French Revolution style cancellation as their political campaign versus actual policy. And I am contrasting Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, global policies to Trump and Rubio at the Munich Security Council. and the future that we have looking at us now with Trump administration and if we keep Republican leaders. Rubio's Munich speech urges West to reclaim heritage amid threats. At Munich Security Conference on February 14th, over the weekend, Secretary of State Rubio called on the U.S. and Europe to renew their transatlantic bond, reject post-Cold War globalism, and confront mass migration and economic decline as threats to their shared culture and sovereignty. He tied American traditions like rodeos and ranches to Spanish origins, declaring the U.S. as a child of Europe and stressing firm visa policies against national security risks. While conservatives praised it as a masterclass and historians confirm the historical facts, critics like AOC dismissed it as thin appeal to Western culture, highlighting divides in identity and migration. We is the West, AOC. The squad got to go, man. The squad got to go. Department of State Secretary Rubio said this repeatedly. I don't know why it's so hard for someone to comprehend. No one is entitled to a visa. No one is entitled to a visa. No one is entitled to a visa. Mark Rubio, Munich Security Council, contrast to Kamala Harris Security Council speeches that led us into the war and global conflict that we are now with Russia and Ukraine. Let's get into it, you guys.
I've said this repeatedly. I don't know why it's so hard for some to comprehend it, so let me repeat it again. A visa, no one's entitled to a visa. There is no constitutional right to a visa. Okay, a visa is a permission to enter our country as a visitor. If you enter our country as a visitor, and as a visitor in our country, be it a student, a tourist, a journalist, whatever you want to be, and you undertake activities that are against the national interest, the national security of the United States, we will take away your visa. In fact, if we knew you were going to do it, we probably wouldn't have given you your visa. I've said this repeatedly. I don't know why it's so hard for some to comprehend it, so let me repeat it again. A visa, no one's entitled to a visa.
Come on, Mark. Come on, Mark. Looking presidential, sounding presidential. Mark Rubio, Munich Security Council. We getting into it right now. Contrast this.
Someone who's a visitor, a guest to the United States. And we identify that they're present. Look, my job at the State Department is if I identify someone who I believe is present, someone who's a visitor, a guest to the United States. And we identify that their presence in our country poses a threat to our foreign policy, to our national security, we're gonna take that person's visa away. We're gonna take their visa away. That's what we're gonna do. Look, my job at the State Department is.
That's what it is. This is Mark Rubio, Munich Security Council, going in, laying down the law. We reacted to it, Perfect Timing Podcast, and I'm juxtaposing this to Kamala Harris' appearance that led to the Ukraine-Russia conflict.
Look, my job at the State Department is if I identify someone
contributed to the escalation that eventually ended up in the Ukraine-Russia conflict.
Look, my job at the State Department is if I identify someone who I believe is present.
Double tap at the like button. Mark Rubio, Munich Security Council. Democrats are growing worried for 2028 after Mark Rubio's widely acclaimed speech and masterclass shutdown of fake news. Reporter, they're worried they can form unstoppable ticket with J.D. Vance. So remember what my vision was earlier. It's a no-brainer, Mark Rubio and Vance, right? But I said, you have to speak to the growing electorate. There are more women than men. I think it has to be, I don't know if we ever have two white men again. I'm not hating on white men, but just for the Republicans, we can't make the same mistake as the Democrats. So I think we got to have a woman or a minority. So I think Vance and Gabbard is unbeatable. Vance and Rubio, Rubio has a long history in politics and Vance is a young man. So I think you have more of a competition. I still think Vance and Rubio win hands down because I don't know who they run against. Gavin Newsom can't win against anyone, basically. And Kamala's not running because Tim Walz is out. My chat already said that Tim Walz can't run for any office again, and Kamala doesn't want to speak to that. So I agree. No brainer. Slam dunk. Rubio, Vance, slam dunk. But I had a vision over the weekend, guys, when I was researching Fulton County and Tulsi Gabbard leaning into prosecuting Barack Obama. Tulsi Gabbard making an arrest in Fulton County. Tulsi Gabbard raiding Fulton Gabbard. I was like, you know, Vance Gabbard, they're both veterans. They both bring that executive. It's very rare to find a woman with all of the characteristics that Tulsi Gabbard has. I don't think we leave that weapon there. If we want to win in 2028, I'm not saying Mark Rubio doesn't get his chance to run for president. He's a very young man. But I just need to shore it up and make sure that we win. I just don't see anyone beating Vance, Tulsi Gabbard. Two veterans. You got a man and a woman. They both have executive experience being in the White House, being under Trump. I just don't see how MAGA is happier. I don't see how people who are not even MAGA conservatives are not happy with Tulsi Gabbard becoming vice president and potentially becoming the first president of the United States. I mean, I love you, Mark, but I'm leaning into Vance Gabbard because I just think it's an unbeatable combination. And that's not taking away anything from the Vance Rubio ticket, which again would probably win.
I mean, let me just make one more point, because I think you asked him a question in order to see if you can get him against us with something about, oh, you criticize. A lot of countries didn't like what we did in Venezuela. That's okay. That was in our national interest. I'm sure there's something he'll do one day that we don't like, and we'll say, hey, we didn't like you did this. So what? That doesn't mean we're not going to be friends. We're not going to be partners. We're not going to be able to cooperate with one another. Countries express their opinion all the time. We have very close allies that didn't like what we did in that regard. I can tell you what, it was successful. We're proud of it. It was necessary because the guy was a narco-terrorist, and we made him a bunch of offers, and he chose to tore them out. And look what's happened in Venezuela in the 6 weeks since he's been gone. Okay, now it's got a long way to go. There's still much work that needs to be done, but I can tell you Venezuela is much better off today than it was 6 weeks ago. So, you know, we're very proud of that project. And, you know, I know some will disagree and didn't like, but irrespective, I think everyone can now agree that Venezuela has an opportunity at a new future that wasn't there 6 weeks ago.
Double tap at the like button. Looking good, man. Looking good, man. Yeah, I know about Mark's background. I still think I believe Vance and Mark would win, but it's just something different, bro. If you understand politics, I know somebody in the chat. Somebody in the chat was tripping on the fact that I would bring up race, but we're not Democrats. We don't look at things with race, but we're not colorblind, and we're not fucking idiots either. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes white boys who conservative, when it's a black conservative, a black Republican, the white people get in their ass when we talk about real shit. So I just block them motherfuckers because they just full of shit. Because exit polls are broken down by sex and broken down by race. And if you are not doing politics like that by these metrics, then you're not really doing politics. So when motherfuckers come in my chat, when I bring up race, when it comes to like in that aspect, when we talking about getting the vote out and we talk about exit polls, when everybody who has a logic looks at the exit polls and look at the way Latinos broke for Trump, the way women broke for Trump, but they don't even just go blacks voting for Trump. They broke it down into the minutia of black men, and they went back 20 years and they showed polling that showed black men incrementally becoming more Republican since the last 4 presidential elections. So you think that doesn't factor into Trump when Trump is going to black pastors and Trump is working with black conservatives? You think that doesn't factor in? You think Trump doesn't understand that black men have found a new home? And I hear it in his speeches. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of you saying, man, I like you, but all of you motherfucking white boys with this penis envy, y'all full of shit. All of you white boys with this penis envy is full of shit. I don't want none of you white boys with your penis envy in my chat. You could kiss my ass with that penis envy, you white boys being sensitive and you white boys acting like you don't know about exit polls. Right? The white boys always get sensitive. I am not your puppet. I don't give a fuck. I'm black MAGA. I don't give a fuck about no white boy support. I don't need you white boys supporting me. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I don't need you white boys supporting me. I'm not doing this to get white pats on the back, motherfucker. I care about America. Make America great again for all Americans. Black, white, sensitivity, you penis envy, small dick, pink motherfucker. I'm not here for your pat on the back, white boy. Stupid motherfucker. Exit polls. Exit polls, you stupid fuck. White women breaking for Trump. Black men breaking for Trump. And that's how you run an election. By looking at the exit polls. You stupid fuck. So yes, based on the exit polls, and this is why Democrats lose, because they listen to stupid white men. Stupid, small dick, penis envy white men. But if you wanted to win an election, you pay attention to the exit polls, not the feckless, small, needle dick white boys. And a woman tracks better than two white men. Even though Marco Rubio is Spanish, Mark is white passing. Why we can't never see this? Why this will kill MAGA. This white boy shit. Fuck these white boys. This white boy shit will kill MAGA. Mark is white passing. Y'all gonna argue with the fact that Mark is white passing? It's the problem. It's the motherfucking problem right here. Mark is white passing. Huh? So if you're looking at exit polls and you really want to win and you don't want to capitulate to white boys who have a shrinking birth rate, who are a small shrinking population, who are becoming a smaller part of the electorate every day, I don't know why you in here talking shit. You becoming a smaller part. You don't fucking matter anymore. The white men, you don't matter anymore. Just stop it, bro. Get on board with the real shit. You don't fucking matter anymore, right? You think I need your pat on the back? Fuck you. I mean that so much, man. I mean that so much. I really want Republicans to win. I really want Republicans to win. Every white boy in here who is sensitive, fuck you. Straight up. If you are doing the policy by exit polls, Vance has a better chance to become president with a female vice presidential candidate. Tulsi Gabbard is a veteran. She now has executive experience from being in the White House. It's not about your feelings. It's not about your feelings. It's so much not about your feelings. It's so much not about your feelings. And you will not stop MAGA. MAGA is not white men. This is how they try to divide the Republican and conservative base. They want you to believe MAGA is white men. MAGA is not white men. MAGA is over 80% of Americans who gave Trump a mandate. All Americans voted for Trump. We voted for Republicans in the Senate. We voted for Republicans in the House. The white male vote is a small piece of the electorate and getting smaller and smaller. And it's your own fault. And I'm not here to capitulate to you. I am here because I am a Christian conservative, a Southern Baptist. My grandmother is a Southern Baptist and a nurse, a homeowner and a business owner and a conservative. A homeowner, a business owner, and a conservative. I don't have white values. I'm not here for white men's pat on the back. I'm here because my grandmother raised an all-American. My strong Black Southern grandmother who was born on the plantation that come from slave. Her grandmother was a slave. She raised me to appreciate the American country to appreciate my opportunity, to not poor mouth. She never allowed me to say I was poor, that we were poor, or that we came from poverty. She made sure I got good grades. I went to school. I was educated. I worked. She took me to church every Sunday. We paid tithes. We paid taxes. We worked hard. That is the America that I represent. I'm not conservative for views or clicks. Do you guys a lot of people, I don't give a fuck what happens. I'm not conservative for views or clicks or for your likes. Fuck you and your ass. I'm not conservative for you, motherfucker. I'm Christian conservative, Southern Baptist, raised by a beautiful black Christian conservative woman who voted for Bush. I said, Grandma, why you voting for Bush? She sat me down and explained her politics. What's wrong with y'all? See, this is the shit that's going to be the fucking shit. I need to tell everybody see, this is what's happening in high schools. The high school kids have associated MAGA and Republicans with racist, feckless, needle dick white men. And everybody hates those guys. The Democrats have successfully associated Democrat is cool. Republican is race. Even on South Park, what do you see? Donald Trump depicted as this big, white, pink, little dick, feckless, impotent, insecure white man that everybody hates. And it's like you play into it. It's like you're playing into it. Stop playing into it, brothers. I don't have anything against my white brothers. Stop playing into the narrative. They have a character on South Park. You epitomize, when you come in my chat with that bullshit, you epitomize that characterization of you white men. Straight up. Straight up. Straight up, man. Let's get into this video. I thank you for that opportunity, man. Sometimes the racism in the chat just lead me to go off on a tangent where I have to remind people. You notice I never do that. When people come in here and call me a bootlicker and a coon, I don't never address them. But I will address people who's supposed to be on my side and supposed to be conservatives when they start doing the bullshit. And I will remind white men in my chat and put them in their motherfucking place. I don't give a fuck about people calling me a bootlicker and a coon. But if you think I'm here for your fucking pat on the back, white boy, you out your motherfucking mind. Fuck all that, I don't care about color bullshit. Fuck all that, I don't care about color bullshit. Fuck you. You being divisive. America is about race and color. Fuck all that, I don't care about color bullshit. We talking about exit polls. We talking about the 2026 and the 2028 election. So fuck all you motherfuckers trying to divide us. We need to look at the exit polls. How black men broke for Republicans, how and where and when and why. How white women broke for Republicans, how, where, when, and why. This is what strategists do, not these stupid people in the chat. We need to see when Latinos broke for Republican, how, when, and where, and why. And then we get on those points, and that's how you win elections, via the exit polls and how and why different segments of the population voted. That's how you do politics. And you know what the worst part is? These people in the chat who keep saying the stupid shit, they know that. I'm not making up exit polls. All of us watch CNN and John and the Magic Map. Everybody watched the day after the election, and we all wait. We all wait for them to read the exit polls. We all wait after Trump won. What was the most interesting exit poll? How Latinos voted for Trump. How, remember when they said, when Trump said, I grab them by the P-U-S-S-Y, You know what was the most interesting exit polls? After they Stormy Daniels and Trump grabbing them, sometimes I just grab them by the, and I just kiss them on the lips. You know what was the most interesting exit poll? White women. Despite they tried to demonize Trump with Stormy Daniels and that video when he said, I grab him by the P-U-S-S-Y, what surprised Democrats is that white women overwhelmingly still voted for Trump. They thought they had him. They thought they got white women to turn on Trump because of what he said, because he said, I'm going to grab him by the P-U-S-S-Y. Because they said he pissed on Stormy Daniels. But the most interesting exit poll was even after the 34 felonies is how white women still over 50 voted for Trump. Even though ICE and deportations, how Latinos still voted for Trump. That's how you do politics. That's how you do politics. Exit polls. And that's why the Democrats lose, because they're not paying attention to the exit polls and what 82% of the American people want.
Rubio's speech was a pure appeal to Western culture. My favorite part was when he said that American cowboys came from Spain.
I thought they came from Winnetou, but
I believe the Mexicans and descendants of African enslaved peoples would like to have a word on that. Rubio's speech was a pure appeal to Western culture.
So this is the thing that's different between what I'm saying, and this is where you got to get the small-minded people out of the room, because there's a huge difference in me discussing exit polls and the Republicans winning as it relates to how blacks, Latinos, and women vote. And there's a huge difference in the way AOC interjects race into every answer in slavery. I'm not interjecting slavery. I'm saying we pay attention to exit polls that are broken down by sex and race so that we win the presidential election. AOC, to answer a question, is bringing up fucking slavery. Chuck Schumer is bringing up Jim Crow. It's very fucking different. It's extremely fucking different.
My favorite part was when he said that American cowboys came from Spain.
I thought they came from Winnetou, but
I believe the Mexicans and descendants of African enslaved peoples would like to have a word.
So she's not Mexican, she's not African enslaved, neither one. And why is she juxtaposing? If you're not Mexican, if you're not a descendant of slave, why would you juxtapose our culture and our history to Western civilization? So what the fuck are we, AOC? I'm not part of Western culture. I'm not part of Western culture and civilization. Who the fuck are you to juxtapose me against Western culture and civilization? Somehow black operates out of that. Even though I built the country, Donald Trump is speech saying blacks built America. Everyone built it, but you built it even more. Ain't that what Trump said? But you just juxtaposed me to Western culture. What the fuck?
On that, Rubio's speech was a pure appeal to Western culture. My favorite part was when he said that American cowboys came from Spain.
I thought they came from Winnetou, but
I believe the Mexicans and descendants of African enslaved peoples would like to have a word on that. Rubio's speech was a pure appeal to Western culture. My favorite part was when he said that American cowboys came from Spain.
Just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Hey, this podcast is going great, I gotta tell you. I gotta tell you, I'm extremely excited about how this is going and the success of the show. I mean, man, sovereignty strength U.S. Secretary Marco Rubio tells European leaders how to protect Western civilization. Again, Munich Security Council, Mark Rubio juxtaposed these talking points to Kamala Harris talking points that said the Ukraine has a right and a desire to be part of NATO. That is what escalated and some argue led to the conflict of Russia invading Ukraine. Let's listen and juxtapose Marco Rubio against Kamala Harris, Munich Security Council speeches. Let's go, MAGA.
And this is why we do not want our allies to be weak, because that makes us weaker. We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength. This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization, and who together with us are willing and able to defend it. And this is why we do not want allies to rationalize the broken status quo rather than reckon with what is necessary to fix it. For we in America have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline. We do not seek to separate, but to revitalize an old friendship and renew the greatest civilization in human history. What we want is a reinvigorated alliance that recognizes that what has ailed our societies is not just a set of bad policies, but a malaise of hopelessness and complacency. An alliance is the alliance that we want is one that is not paralyzed into inaction by fear. Fear of climate change, fear of war, fear of technology. Instead, we want an alliance that boldly races into the future. And the only fear we have is the fear of the shame of not leaving our nations prouder, stronger, and wealthier for our children.
Amen. Amen.
An alliance ready to defend our people, to safeguard our interests, and to preserve the freedom of action that allows us to shape our own destiny. Not one that exists to operate a global welfare state and atone for the purported sins of past generations.
I disagree with that last part. That's why Mark Rubio can't be vice president. It's like he had to throw away that ultra white shit. We ain't apologizing for past sins, man. Fuck you, man. Fuck you, man. That shit right there is not gonna float. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said the secretary is always compromised. Mark Rubio just shot himself in the foot right there. Y'all just give him the donkey of the day. Hey. What's up? I'm starving. Why are you laughing? Is it good? Okay. Can you make me a sandwich before you get started? Something. The lunch meat. Love you. Thank you. If I'm not done, bring it up. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. DOJ releases full Epstein files naming over 300 high-profile figures. This is what they asked for. This is what they wanted, America. Now, you know, the last time I talked about the Epstein files, I brought up the phrase red dot motherfucker. And that Jeffrey was supposed to be a red dot motherfucker. I wanted to look up, does anybody know, was Jeffrey Epstein registered? Because he's supposed to be a red dot motherfucker. But remember, Obama let him go early. He let him go early. Stacey Plastick, the representative of Virgin Island, they let him out of jail early, even though he was a convicted felon. I like the way Megyn Kelly said that you cannot sexually traffic someone who's underage. That is the grape word. I love the way Megyn Kelly said that, right? Because the Democrats use terminology and say Jeffrey Epstein did this when he actually did this. So he's free to go out of jail 8 to 10 hours a day, and Obama lets him go free, and he has access to his jet plane and a private island despite being a red dot motherfucker. I want to know if he had to register. It says, yes, Jeffrey Epstein was a registered offender following the 2008 conviction in Florida for soliciting a minor for prostitution. Megyn Kelly said, that's impossible. You can't do that. That's actually called rape. He was required to register as an offender, a status he maintained until his death in 2019. He was later arrested in 20. So how did he get access to a private jet plane and island as that's just the question of the day, right? Isn't that the $1 million question? How did Jeffrey Epstein retained access to his private jet and island because he acquired them long before his 2008 conviction? I don't think that's a good enough explanation. How many people think that's a good enough explanation, right? How many think that's a good enough explanation? I don't think that's a good enough explanation. That's what they saying. Let's keep reading. Because they said he acquired it, often misappropriated from others to maintain his lifestyle while exploring legal regulatory gap. The island Epstein purchased Little St. James, the U.S. Virginia Island, 1998 for approximately $8 million, a full decade before he was required to register. And he later purchased an adjacent Great St. James in 2016 for $22 million. So even as a registered offender, in 2016, he was allowed to buy another private island while already a registered offender. That's my question. It doesn't seem like this is like prudent, the private jets, much of Epstein's wealth, like, I'm not asking that, right? I'm not asking that. I get it, right? I'm talking to AI. It's his stuff. I'm saying it's weird for an offender of this magnitude to have private jet access and private island given his crimes and possibility of reoffending. It's widely considered one of the biggest failures in the legal system that Epstein was allowed to maintain his lifestyle, as his wealth and assets were the very tools he used to commit his crimes, right? And most offenders, like, you got to stay at a house, you got to get checked, you got to do all this stuff to make sure you don't reoffend. How can you ensure that if you got a private plane and a private island and you allow him to buy a new island in 2016? They said there was no legal mechanism for the automatic forfeiture. Under U.S. law, being a registered offender does not automatically result in the loss of property, private assets like plane. I get that. Why do they keep going back to that? The infamous 2008 sweetheart deal, Florida specifically protected his assets because federal prosecutors agreed not to charge him at that time. They did not pursue the civil forfeiture of his jets and islands. I'm not saying that they should have made him give it up. Private airstrips by flying his private Gulfstream into airport St. Thomas, then taking his own helicopters to his island. He bypassed the public scrutiny, right, and security measures of commercial travel. That's why I'm bringing that up. How can you do that as a registered offender, right? His island was sovereign. How does someone, his island was sovereign like compound where he controlled transportation. How can someone who's registered have a sovereign island? That's just and they won't tell me. It just don't. Does it make sense to you? Does it make sense to you? It just seems odd, right? It just seems odd. To me, it just seems odd. Don't it seem odd to you? It just seems odd that they would allow him to have these things, despite being who he is. How can you make sure and other this just seems odd, right? Don't it seem odd? It seems more odd that I can't get a straight answer. It feels off because Epstein case exposed major gap between how the law is written and how it's enforced ultra wealthy, while average offenders often face homelessness, unemployment, and constant police visits due to strict residency and reporting rules. That's what I'm talking about. Strict residency and reporting rules. Epstein uses social capital to bypass these hurdles. How? That's what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying all of that. That's what I'm saying. Why didn't he have strict? Why didn't Epstein have similar strict guidelines to his home and travel? That's what I'm asking. When I say, how did he get access to a private jet after that conviction? How did he get access to a private plane after that conviction where he was sovereign? He managed to avoid travel and residence guidelines typical for offenders by exploiting legal loopholes, manipulating local legislation. That's Stacey Plaskett. They call her Jeffrey Epstein's fixer because Stacey Plaskett should have been making sure there were more restrictions on Jeffrey Epstein's movements based on his offender status. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree? Epstein strategically shifted his primary residence to jurisdictions with more lenient rules or weaker oversight. The New York vacation loophole in 2011, a New York judge ordered Epstein to register as a level 3 offender, highest risk, requiring him to verify his address in person every 90 days. How could that not have been done immediately when he was prosecuted in 2008? How come it had to wait to 2011? And claimed his primary residence was in the U.S. Virgin Islands. As a result, the NYPD argued they were no longer responsible for his day-to-day monitoring. So because he argued successfully that his home was in the Virgin Islands, he no longer had to report. So effectively, ladies and gentlemen, Jeffrey Epstein was never an offender. I mean, I'm just saying it, laying it out. I don't see how Jeffrey Epstein was ever truly an offender. Right? Let's get into this. The Department of Justice dropped more than 3 million pages of Epstein and Maxwell documents Friday under the 2025 Transparency Act, listing over 300 prominent names like Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, Reid Hoffman, with minimal redactions only for victims and sensitive details. Hoffman appears 2,600 times in emails about island visits and gifts, though no criminal charges against him. Elon Musk tied to this to a dropped DOJ lawsuit against SpaceX, calling it funded by the Democratic donor. Reactions range from conservatives seeing vindication for Trump to demand for arrest, as the file sparked questions about elites' ties without new prosecutions yet. Yeah, people talking to comparing this to
SpaceX. They had this massive lawsuit against SpaceX for SpaceX not hiring asylum.
So billionaire Reid Hoffman names appear 2,000 times. Elon Musk was right. Biden admin was letting Democrat donors and Jeffrey Epstein clients sponsor DOJ investigation. Elon Musk reveals it. Fair use, fair use, fair use.
So, well, they were also, the Biden administration was also suing SpaceX. They had this massive lawsuit against SpaceX for SpaceX not hiring asylum seekers.
Right.
So people like say like, oh, Elon's making it up. This Biden administration wasn't against SpaceX. I'm like, bro, the Department of Justice had a massive lawsuit against SpaceX for not hiring asylum seekers, even though it is illegal for us to hire anyone who is not a permanent resident.
That's just a fact of the matter. Double tap at the like button, like, share, subscribe. Oh my goodness. Oh, that MAGA. What a broadcast today. Look at that thumbnail. Oh, that MAGA, that MAGA, that MAGA. Look at that thumbnail. We looking so good. We looking so good. Perfect Summer Podcast, back with the blast. Double tap at the like button. Man, I had a good time today, man. I had a good time today. I pray you guys had a good time. We had a great podcast, man. Just great informative information. Mega MAGA Monday is always fire, man. Mega MAGA Monday is always fire. Tomorrow is Terrific Tuesday. All we do is win Wednesday. Thursday's hot like fire. I need y'all back tomorrow at 1 p.m. I need y'all to hit the like, double tap, subscribe. When you subscribe, hit the plus sign, become a member, use the super chat, use the Cash App, follow me on X at Perfect Timing Podcast. Follow me on Instagram at Perfect Timing Podcast. Look for the Spotify Perfect Timing Podcast. Look for the Patreon, and look for the Mega MAGA Monday merch. Thank you, everybody, for watching, tuning in. God bless America. God bless you. I support you. I love you. I see y'all tomorrow at 1 p.m. where we do it again. Make sure you share with a like-minded person. Let them know. Salute.